Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Grand River Raceway for this, what day is it? Friday evening with about 20 minutes to post time to our first dash. It's a little bit cloudy, but you can see the sun is peeking through the clouds because that's why you see the shadows on the tarmac. But nonetheless, the track condition listed is fast, and we should have a great night of racing action. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Well, fans, in race number 1, we have a driver change on number 9, Keepsake, and the driver is Austin Sorey. Austin Sorey drives the 9 in the first. Race number 2, number 4 to Jennifer's credit, the driver Jay Harris. Race 2, 4 to Jennifer's credit, Jay Harris. And 7, Dance Machine. Well, changing dancing shoes from aluminum to steel up front. That is, aluminum to steel shoes up front for Dance Machine. Race number 3, no changes. Race 3. Race number 4, note a bunch of different claiming prices on the screen there. So the 1, 2, 3, and 4, along with the 6, all have different claiming prices. You'll note them on the monitor. And number 5, if you knew Susie, Tyler Moore is the driver. That is race 4, number 5, if you knew Susie, Tyler Moore. Race number 5, number 8, All A Boil. Bridle change, blind bridle to blinkers for number 8, All A Boil. In race number 6, number 5, Confidence Man is scratched. That's race 6, 5, Confidence Man is out. And number 6, Party in the Shadows, the driver Austin Sorey. Austin Sorey drives the 6 in the 6th. Races 7 and 8 have no changes. No changes, races 7 or 8. Race number 9, number 5, Muscles of Plenty. Driver to be announced. Race 9, 5, Muscles of Plenty. Driver to be announced. In the 10th race, number 4, Joey Delicious. Driver to be announced. Race 10 for Joey Delicious, TBA. And the 11th race, number 4, Little Mary. Driver to be announced. Race 11 for TBA. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2, as we're currently 16 minutes to post time. Note that Austin Sorey drives 9, Keepsake in the first. And the second race, Jay Harris drives the 4 to Jennifer's credit, and 7, Dance Machine. Shoe change, aluminum to steel shoes up front. It is 16 minutes to post time, and time to welcome in our handicapping color man and, kind of a co-host of the entire show, the great Robert Reed Jr. How are you doing, Robert? I hope it's cool there at the Robert Reed Estates on this Friday evening.
Oh, it's definitely cool, Gary. I've got the air conditioning pumping and the fan on, just in case you were going to put me in the hot seat for some extra questions this evening. But no, I'm super excited about tonight because, hey, it's Friday night, fantastic Friday, and we get to kick off your weekend right with a card of 11 races here at Grand River Raceway in beautiful Elora, Ontario. As Gary said, I'm going to be your on-air handicapper, Robert Reed Jr., and co-host, but upgraded to co-host. I love that for the card this evening. And listen, there's about 4 horses that I really like. I think 2 of them might provide some value tonight. I've got 2 singles in my pick 5 ticket, so I'm going to really hope we can have some fun and pick some winners. But what I like about tonight is that we kick off the weekend in harness racing. And, of course, everyone knows tomorrow is Hamiltonian Day at the Meadowlands. And then there's a fantastic card of harness racing tomorrow night at Mohawk Park featuring one of the best 3-year-old Colton Gelding's Gold OSS Gold races I've ever seen. 12 horses will go postward. Should be a barn burner. But Tonight at Grand River Raceway, we've got a great card for you, and it starts off with the first race that features our guaranteed pick five of $2,500. Gary and I always map out tickets for you. I've got to get back in the win column here because Gary's been beating me in these pick five wagers. But we'll come back in just a few moments to break down our tickets for you. All right, folks. Well, it's time to look at that pick five wager, one of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway. You can bet it for just as low as 20 cents. We have a guaranteed pool of $2,500. We've seen some big payouts so far this season. Tonight's, I'm trying to stay within my usual budget. And we're going to go with just $10. And we've got some coverage on that ticket because I am going to go with two singles throughout the sequence. I've decided to throw all my eggs into two baskets in this pick five wager and start off, though, with two horses in the first. And that is number 4, Madigal, and number 5, Galleria Sealster. I thought Madigal raced fantastic last time to be second, beating her nose. And Galleria Sealster comes over from Mohawk Park off of an effort where, she did get locked in and then did have some pace in the stretch. So going too deep in the opener, then going to single first glance in the second leg. He was a big-time winner here last time, and Nongwar's a 30,000 lifetime, and I think he'll repeat. Most logical, winner in that race, that's for sure. Then we're going to spread out. In race 3, we're going to use the 1, Mary Lou, the 2, Silent Voices, the 4, Ace 44 Money, the 7, St. Lad's Bijou, and the 9, Sullen Hanover. Rookies in there, so hopefully we'll get a price. And race number 4, going to single the 5, If You Knew Susie. Pumped up winner last time, drew off to win by many lengths. I think she'll do it again, even from that post 5. And then the money leg, we've got rookies again. I want to spread out in there. We're going to go number 1, Unlaced. Number 3, Sugar Daddy Controls. Number 4, Athens Sealster. Number 5, Control the Lightning. And number 9, Last Call, Jerome. So that ticket right there will cost you $10 for 20 cents. And we're going to hope for a couple of singles and maybe a couple of prices in race 3 and 5. But let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us tonight.
Well, we have a little bit different approach. $9.60. And in the first race, we see the race the same. We both have the same top 2, and you do have the 5 as your top 1 in that race. We have the same view in the first race, but I added a horse, number 1, Classic Venus, off a win here last time out. In the second race, you went alone with First Glance, but I love Big Chick Magnet, so I've thrown in my second horse. I do have First Glance on top in that race, but I have the 3 and the 5. In race number 3, you have 5 horses. Well, I used the top 2 that you have in that race, the 1 and the 4, but I stopped there and you added a bunch, so you certainly have more chances in the third. Race number 4, you went alone with If You Knew Susie, and that is my top pick, but I also added one, Show Me Some Magic, on the inside. Just in case If You Knew Susie doesn't get the job done. I want to see if I can get a horse at a little bit of a price, because I think If You Knew Susie will take a lot of action. This one does have 5 wins on the year. And in the fifth race, we do have a different winner in the race, so I have only 2 horses. I have the 4 and 5, and you have a bunch in there. But you do have the 3 to win the race, and I have your next 2 horses, the 4 and the 5. So a little bit different, but $9.60. We're approaching it differently. We'll see if we can have an outcome that comes out on top, Rob.
All right, well, there you have it, folks. We've got 8 combinations where we could both be winners, which I will certainly be cheering for.
Did you figure that out right on the fly like that?
Yes, I did, actually, yes.
I'm always amazed that you figure that out on the fly. I used to be good at math, but I guess old age has slowed that down.
All right, well, you know what, Gary, listen, I'm cheering for both of us, as you always know. And, if I can't win, though, certainly I hope you can get down a winner. One of us could certainly use it after the last couple of cards. And, let's look at the opener, folks. Look at the first race of the evening. We've got 2-year-old fillies on the pace. Now winners of 5,000 lifetime. And I only used 2 horses here in the pick 5 because I wanted to keep the ticket economical. But, I don't mind the addition of Gary's selection, that's for sure. I did go to number 5, Galleria Sealster, as my top selection. And, we've seen horses move over from Mohawk Park to here to Grand River and do well. And this one has made, 2 starts in the OSS Grassroots, and last time faced OSS Grassroots starters. And, she was getting a 3-hole trip for most of the mile, locked, in on the inside. And then in the stretch, if she actually stayed where she was, she probably would have been the winner, because the winner actually came from last, right up the pylons, and this one actually had to move to the outside and then search for room before coming forward to finish third. So just, sometimes it doesn't work out, and it was still a nice effort from Galleria Sealster in that last race, and I think she's got a big chance tonight. 3-1 on the board looks like a pretty good price. You see the 3 of us, though, pick this one on top. So I would say that price will probably come down come post time. And for second, I went to number 4, Madrigal. Thought the effort was good last time. Got away 5th. Did move overland and only missed by a nose on the wire. I thought that her rival certainly had an edge in the pace on the front end, and this one did come a back half of 58 and 3. So certainly think that Madrigal has a big chance to do well in here. And right now, 2-1 on the board. Kind of a shorter price than I was hoping for on that one. In for third, number 6, I Wish I Had a Me. Love the way this one raced in her race on July the 13th. Finished second to Let Me Be Me at Mohawk Park. Since then, last effort was a little bit, I'd say underwhelming in an OSS grassroots race, but 9-1 on the board right now. Certainly one that you could take a flyer on if you're looking for some value in the race, because I think this horse does have ability and is certainly not out of place against this group. In for fourth, I went to the one who Gary's using in his Pick 5 ticket. That's Classic Venus. Was a nice winner here last time, in the similar race to this one. Had post 2, ended up moving to the lead and hanging on by a slim margin, but I think this is a much tougher field that this filly faces tonight. So, I certainly think that Classic Venus has a chance, but I only pegged her for a smaller share. But the fillies are making their way onto the track, and we'll come back and talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the first on parade 1, Classic Venus. Brad McDonough for Scott McEnany and Bradley Grant. Number 2, She's a Sharpshooter. Gino Toscanti for Herb Holland. And number 3, JM Sporty Mel. Jason Ride for Harold Wilson and JMR Racing. And number 4, Madrigal. Travis Henry for Pam Forkey and Dr. Steve Taylor. There is number 6, I Wish I Had a Me. It's Mark Cullen for Ken Skinner and Leo Baker. Number 7, Beauty Bling. Tyler Jones for Blake McIntosh and Hunt Racing. Number 8, Lola Sunshine. Anthony Hunt for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Donald Douglas and Bradley McNiven. And number 9 is Keepsake. Austin Sorry for Kyle Bossens. And there is 5, Galleria Sealter Tyler Moore for Dr. Ian Moore and RG McGroup Limited and Serge Savard. It's a field of 9 for race number 1. First of 11 dashes on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. Let's get a look at this field. We're going to stay right there with 5, Galleria Sealster, and both Rob and I have Galleria Sealster in the top position, and certainly that 56-2 grassroots, that speed jumps out. Came home in 27-3 in that one, Rob, and then a good third place finish at Mohawk last time out. So you do see some pretty good form. Also, you see a qualifier in 56-1. So Galleria Sealster has been able to flash some good speed and, of course, races for a big-time barn.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, she looks pretty fired up on the track, that's for sure. And one of my questions was, how will she get away from this post position tonight? And right now, I'm hoping this is a sign that she'll be firing off the gate, that's for sure. Last time, she ended up sitting in a pretty tough spot, got locked in. If she stayed where she was, she probably would have been a winner. Instead, she kind of got stuck in traffic on the outside before closing up to finish third. It was a real solid effort, really, all things considered. And I certainly think it's one that would put her in the winner's circle here if she could ever repeat it.
There's number 4, Madrigal, the one that for that first start, July 23rd, I mentioned that I liked her in that spot and actually got bet down to 5-1 and raced better than you might have thought. And then Madrigal came back last time out and raced really well again, second beaten a no. So Madrigal, I think, has to be considered the second best one in here, correct?
Yeah, I would think so. I like the effort, last two starts. I was actually after that start on July 23rd that I put a circle around her. And if you remember last time, I needed her desperately. She didn't get up. She only missed by a nose. But, I think that she was at a big disadvantage the way the race kind of played out. And I certainly, would be looking at her right now at 5-2 versus the 8-5 on Galleria Sealster. I thought the effort last time was a good one, and would be surprised if she actually progressed further in this start.
Number 6, I wish I had a me, would be one that could help the ticket pay a little bit, 14-1. The question will be whether she flashes the gate speed that she showed in that grassroots at Georgian, because she was really good there. And then now has to leave at a post 6. Did have a really good start in a maiden class July the 13th at Mohawk as well.
Yeah, definitely. That July 6th effort was against Do It for Josie. And, I thought it was a nice effort. That's why I actually picked this one on top on July 13th at Mohawk Park in the Horse Players Journal. Raced really well to be second. Let Me Be Me ended up having a couple of real nice efforts in a row. And I would say that, 13-1 on this one is certainly value right now. But I think you're right, Gary. How does she get away tonight is the big question. Post 6 is not an easy spot here at Grand River Raceway. A lot more difficult than what she's had to face so far.
And down towards the inside, one Classic Venus. You used this one for 4th, but I included this one in my pick 5, thinking that maybe I could steal an inside win on the speed bias of the half-mile track. Of course, she'll have to leave and does show some gate speed. Classic Venus, though, Brett McDonald on the inside at 5-1. Just might give me a shot at a price.
Yeah, when you look at it, too, you're getting 5-1 on a horse that not only has the pole position, but it's the only one in the race that's already, got their picture taken. That's one thing my dad used to teach me when I was a kid is that, when you're in these, maiden ranks or not winners of X lifetime, if you see one that's already won, maybe that's one you want to land on just because they've done it before. And Classic Venus right now at 5-1 certainly can't go wrong there if you like her.
And we just had She's a Sharp Shooter on the track. I think that's the one that'll be the pace setter. Is that the way you look at it?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen nothing but speed from this one. Another inside post. I think that was going to be pointed towards the front, and it's just a matter of how long she can last.
Yeah, it does need to find just a little bit more stamina, but certainly can get off the wings. Field for race number 1, first of 11 dashes on a Friday night. Classic Venus, She's a Sharpshooter. JMR Sporty Mel on the inside. Madrigal and Galleria Sealster to the outside. I Wish I Had a Me, Beauty Bling, and Lola Sunshine, the second tier keepsake. Field of 9, race number 1. They're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Giddy up. Field 4, race number 1 is at the start of the off. She's a Sharpshooter. Classic Venus on the inside. Madrigal, Galleria Sealster, and I Wish I Had a Me. She's a Sharpshooter, though, as the field drives into the turn, has got the lead. Then Classic Venus on the inside. Galleria Sealster is racing on the outside third. Madrigal is 4th away. I Wish I Had a Me is still on the outside. Keepsake down to the inside. Then GRR Sporty Mel, Beauty Bling, and Lola Sunshine. And now Galleria Sealster is driving on, and Galleria Sealster is shopping for the front. Galleria Sealster now has got the lead. She's a Sharpshooter is second. Classic Venus is third. And racing fourth is Madrigal as they work around the turn. 28-4 was the opening quarter. Fifth is Keepsake. I Wish I Had a Me. Then JMR Sporty Mel, Beauty Bling, and Lola Sunshine. Galleria Sealster and Tyler Moore's got the lead now as they work their way off the turn. She's a Sharpshooter is racing second. And the field works on towards us. And now Madrigal is going to challenge first over. Keepsake is going to move on the outside, and Classic Venus elected to stay on the inside. Then it is I Wish I Had a Me, GRR Sporty Mel, Beauty Bling, and well back is Lola Sunshine. Half was 59 seconds. Galleria Sealster has got the lead. Madrigal is challenging to the outside. She's a Sharpshooter is third. Keepsake is racing fourth, and Classic Venus on the inside is locked down on the pylons, and then it is GRR Sporty Mel, I Wish I Had a Me, and Beauty Bling. It is Gallery Sealster. Maddie Gall, as they pour their way on to three quarters, and then She's a Sharpshooter is still hanging in there on the inside third. And then Keepsake, Classic Venus is racing fifth, and now is going to angle to the two-wide path, but is about 5 or 6 off the lead. Three quarters, 127 and 4. Gallery Sealster, Maddie Gall, as they're about to turn for home. She's a Sharpshooter on the inside. Keepsake and Classic Venus. On down the stretch rod they come. Galleria Sealster as they come on to the finish. Galleria Sealster is going to win this one and take it over at Madigal. And then it was a Keepsake and Classic of Venus. 156 and 4. Tyler Moore and Galleria Sealster scores in race number 1. A nice effort, Rob, to kick off the pick 5. And also thought it was a smart, well-timed move for Tyler Moore, how he was able to come on and grab the lead.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I like it when we see the kind of delayed leave here at Grand River. I don't know if his filly really liked the first turn too much, especially being stuck on the outside there. But he certainly was able to kind of steady her and then send her to the lead down the backside. And the two, She's a Sharpshooter, was more than happy to sit a two-hole to this one. But impressive effort from number 5, Galleria Sealstring. When I watched that replay a few times at Mohawk Park, I said, you know what, if this horse gets any kind of trip here, she's going to be really tough to beat because, the line does not look nearly as good as she actually raced.
And the fractions were just right, too. 59 seconds to the half for a mile of 56 and 4. So tough to get beaten off the lead on that with that kind of pace.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, look at her. She looks like she could go around again. She looks pretty strong still. The way she looked actually scoring down, and it still looks like she wants some more with Tyler Moore.
It doesn't look like she wants any part of the winner's circle. She's still, where's the second heat?
Yeah.
We did get number 9 Keepsake at 25 to 1, and Classic Venus was fourth. That was where you had that one pegged on your ticket. So your ticket was pretty close. You had 5-4-6-1. It comes 5-4-9-1. Good work, Rob.
Yeah, Keepsake might be one to watch for next time after making her lifetime debut tonight.
Back in front of us is number 5, Galleria Sealster, 2-year-old Shadow Play, Black Filly. Dr. Ian Moore and RG Group Limited. Serge Savard. Dr. Ian Moore is the trainer. Tyler Moore, the winning driver. Galleria Sealster, 156 and 4. The first race payouts: 5 Galleria Sealster, $4 to 52.20. 4 Madigal, $2.70 to 20. 9 Keepsake, $12.50. $2 exactor, $8.70 try, $59.95. Super, $186.75. The first race order finished from the top 457-246-893. That's 457-246-893.
All right. Well, the favorite prevails in the opener, and both Gary and I are both still alive in our pick five wagers. Let's move on to race number two, though. We're going staying on the pace, and this is for non-winners of 32,500 lifetime. And well, I am singling the favorite, and certainly my clear top choice in the race. Number five, First Glance. This horse of a different color was a pumped up winner last time from post two. Blasted out to the early lead and held a healthy margin throughout before scoring by nearly 3 lengths on the wire. It was a real easy victory for First Glance in that one. And post five, obviously a little bit further outside, but I think this one's got enough speed that he can cross over in front of them and get to the lead relatively easily. Or he can also race from off the pace. We've seen this horse race really well from off the pace as well. So he's a versatile type. And, 1 to 2 on the board right now. I expected him to be, probably on even money or slightly less than that. Singled him in my pick five, but, you're not going to get rich betting horses at 1 to 2. That's for sure. Usually something you want to steer clear from. In for second, I went to number three, a Big Chick Magnet. This one, I know Gary is fond of this one. Picked this one for second as well, just like me. And Big Chick Magnet raced really well last time. Went parked a long way to still, move into the runner-up position behind First Glance, and was a nice winner 2 starts back, and now winners of 15,000 life. So, Big Chick Magnet certainly has a license to, land on the ticket in here, and I think be the second best to First Glance, but I certainly prefer, the favorite over this one. And for third, number one, Strong Enough, rail control, and last time did show a little bit of speed, landed the 2-hole early, but did fade back to fourth. I think that this horse is certainly better than that effort, though, and I'd be looking at this one to land on the bottom end of the exotics, whether it be the trifecta or superfecta, because once again, pole position for this one. And again, I think that he's certainly better than what he showed in his latest. And then for fourth, number two, Marl Bank Road. Finished 8th last time in an OSS Grassroots race, but was in against some pretty tough customers in Saltwater Savage and Better Sun. 2 starts back, was a nice winner. Now winners of 2 at Georgian Downs. Held on by a head in that one, and it was a pretty gritty effort for him to emerge victorious on that evening. So certainly I think Marl Bank Road can land a share of it as well. But for me, I'm going to stick with number 5, First Glance. He's my single in the pick 5. We got to get through this leg to then get some coverage and then back to another single. So we'll be cheering for number 5, First Glance, get the job done as the odds-on favorite. But certainly Big Chick Magnet has a right to, be the main challenger, we'll say, to First Glance here in the second race. But we got 2 minutes to post. The horses for the second will be on the track shortly, and we'll come back and talk about the race a little further with Gary Guy.
Field for the second on parade. One strong enough. Lauren House for Samuel Taylor. And number 2, Marlbank Road, Austin Sorry for Leo Fleming and Steve Papillion and Gerald Lilly. Number 3 is Big Chick Magnet, Brett McDonough for Jean-Guy Beliveau and Kimberly Mark. Number 4 to Jennifer's credit, it's Jay Harris for Sean Arnott. Number 5 is First Glance Mario Beheroja for The Stable. And number 6, Shooting Straight, Paul McKenzie for Catherine Flanagan. Number 7, Dance Machine, Tyler Jones for Courtney Robson and Julie Sagan. And number 8 is Perfect Rolo, Scott Culver, Kelly Duval, Lakai. Field of 8, the second race, and well, Rob, the fans are all over number 5, First Glance, at 3-5. But one thing that worries me in here, number 2, Marlbank Road, is likely going to gun out, and maybe First Glance will have a little tougher go because got an easy go to the front last time out. Certainly he's looked the best in here, but there's some ways that this race could maybe get a little messed up. How do you see it?
Well, you know what? It's kind of interesting, Gary, because I was thinking the same thing, and then what my concern, is kind of alleviated by the fact that I think First Glance can kind of do it from anywhere. We've seen him do it from off the pace, here and making a move even, at the midway point of the mile. And I think that if Mario decides he wants the front, he can certainly get it and can, come around them to the lead early. But I also think if he wants to, he can even race from off the pace or just off the pace. I think that First Glance is the best in here, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Even money on the board, right now, Big Chick Magnet taking some support under 2-1. Obviously, not one you want to be rushing to bet to win, but I'm certainly needing First Glance for my pick 5.
Well, and Big Chick Magnet, now, look, I'd like to say I'm cheering for you in the pick 5 here, but I get the horse at a little bit better price at 3-1 and stay alive in the pick 5, and I'll get to knock you out as well, but hey, I'm a team player. Big Chick Magnet, though, Brett McDonald, is one that battled, finished second to First Glance last time up, but did it first up. Maybe if he could find a way to get a better trip, if there's a bit of a battle early, things could open up for him.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, it's always okay to cheer your money, that's for sure, and Big Chick Magnet is your better result at 3-1 right now, no question about that. Listen, I thought last 2 efforts were really, really strong from this one. I kind of questioned the start 3 starts ago, wondering if maybe it was just a beneficial trip. He proved me wrong. His next effort on July 23rd was a real good winner on that occasion, and they came right back to race well in this class last time. So I certainly think he's the main challenger. I just think that if First Glance gets any kind of a favorable trip or one that's in his wheelhouse, he'll be tough to beat. But Big Chick Magnet for me is the clear second choice.
There's one strong enough just leaving the track, and one that was really good last year. So far hasn't been strong enough, doesn't have a top 2 finish in 6 starts, but gets the inside again. Maybe strong enough at 14-1. At least that's a value play to get somewhere on the ticket.
Yeah, definitely. This is one that I'm kind of waiting to wake up a little bit because you're right, 0 for 6 so far this season. Just 2 third-place finishes after, landing in the top 2 and 6 of 11 last season. Obviously last time it was a little bit of an underwhelming try after sitting a favorable trip early to First Glance. But, at 15-1 on the board, I certainly, would be okay with using this one in the exotics, and maybe even, trying a win ticket if the price stays this high.
There's a look at 2, Marlbank Road. He scares me in here. He raced really well in those 2 starts at Georgian Downs. I think he has a chance in here to take down both the 5 and the 3.
Yeah, he's definitely a speed threat for sure. We saw that 2 starts ago at Georgian Downs, and even, looking back even further on June 29th at Georgian as well. He's one that, doesn't do it easy, won by half a length and a head, and even his qualifier only held on by a neck. Definitely one that will likely be firing out of there, and, if you believe in the speed bias, maybe he's the one you want to land on, especially at 9-2. I pegged him for 4th and think that that's probably the most appropriate spot for him if we were dealing with, a fair surface.
There's a look at right now the horse I think that's the value play. 7, Dance Machine. If you go back 2 and 3 races back, second to last mock, good measuring stick, and third in behind Harper's Hat Trick and Big Chick Magnet. Dance Machine, aluminum to steel shoes up front as well.
Yeah, Dance Machine's been one that has landed the ticket before at a big price, and certainly right now 35 to 1. That's a monstrous price on this one. You could definitely use this one in your trifecta and superfecta.
Well, it is a field of 8 taking up position strong enough in Marlbank Road on the inside. Big Chick Magnet to Jennifer's credit, and first glance in the center to the outside, shooting straight. Dance Machine and Perfect Rolo. It's a field of 8 rolling their way towards the start. It's post time. Here they come. Field of 8 for the second race, gathering speed. They're at the start of the rough. Marlbank Road and strong enough. And first glance leaving to the outside. Perfect Rolo from post 8's going to charge early as well. Marlbank Road and strong enough dueling for the lead. Marlbank Road strong enough. First glance to the outside. Big Chick Magnet is racing fourth, and then it is Perfect Rolo and back to Jennifer's credit. And then strong enough in Dance Machine. First glance continues on the outside, and first glance wants to be first and is going to clear to the front now as they race on to the opening quarter. Marlbank Road at 4 to 1 on the back of the heavily favored first glance. Then strong enough is racing third. Big Chick Magnet is on the inside fourth in front of Perfect Rolo. Then to Jennifer's credit, shooting straight in Dance Machine, 27 seconds. It was a sharp opening quarter, and it is first glance who's got the lead as they race off the turn. Marlbank Road is in the pocket. Strong enough is third. Here comes Big Chick Magnet to try it first up again as they race up to the half off a 27 quarter. Halftime was recorded in 56 and 4. First glance, Marlbank Road on the outside. Big Chick Magnet strong enough is on the inside, and then shooting straight has moved up on the outside, racing fifth, and then Dance Machine, Perfect Rolo, and to Jennifer's credit, it is first glance as they race on down the backstretch. First glance, Marlbank Road. Big Chick Magnet on the outside is third and would like to get over the pylons. Three quarters is coming up next for first glance. First glance in Marlbank Road. Big Chick Magnet to the outside, and then strong enough, and then it is back to Dance Machine and shooting straight. Three quarters, 125 and 1. First glance, Marlbank Road pops to the outside. Marlbank Road in first glance as they turn for home on the inside. First glance to the outside, Marlbank Road. Marlbank Road has got a lead. Marlbank Road's going to win it. First glance was second. Big Chick Magnet third. And strong at a fourth, 153 and 3. Marlbank Road. Rob, my word to you was this one scares me in here, and he got the trip and he got the victory.
Yeah, nice drive there by Austin Sorey. He took the sting out of first glance, in the first turn and then down the backside. First glance didn't get to clear, with much ease, that's for sure, but did get there. And then, Marlbank Road bravened up behind that one. And you could see actually on the turn, I said, Austin Sorey looks, he's got a lot of horse with Marlbank Road. A little bit sideways in the stretch there, but still powered away to victory. A nice price on this one at 4 to 1. And, first glance, you were right, Gary. It might just be a little bit tougher this time, getting you the lead, and that's certainly what probably took the starch out of him.
Yeah, it seemed like that was the difference. First glance being post 5, and last time out left at a post 2, and just gave Marlbank Road, who you can see in the program would have the ability to get out and get the front, but it was the smart move to just make first glance work a little bit. We saw that on Industry Day, and we saw that play right here with first glance getting beaten by Marlbank Road. And then the next two were the ones we expected. 3 Big Chick Magnet. Had to work hard coming first up. And one strong enough at 24 to 1. You get this one onto the ticket to help a superfecta pay behind the 3 that you had to think were the top ones.
Yeah, definitely. It was one of those ones too where it really was, should have been the lineup. Like you identified Marlbank Road as the probable speed, and strong enough's going to push out. So, they're going to line up. First glance Marlbank Road strong enough, and really they should all end up being a part of it. My mistake was I didn't give enough credit and respect to Marlbank Road. Put this one in for fourth, and he ends up getting the job done at a pretty nice price.
Well, I feared him in there, and both of us are out of the pick 5 because that fear was not misplaced. Marlbank Road, the winner in 53 and 3. Back in front of us, a 3-year-old sports rider, Bay Gelding, owned by Leo Fleming and Steve Pillion and Gerald Lilly. Leo Fleming's the trainer. Austin Sorey, the winning drive. 4th win this year. 4th lifetime, 153 and 3. The second race payouts to Marlbank Road, $10.60, $3 to 45. First glance, 220 to 10. And three Big Chick Magnet, 220. The double, 1960, numbers 5 and 2. $2 exactor, 1970. Dollar try, 14.90. Dollar super, 57.95. The second race order of finish is a 4137268. That's 4137268. And fans, while we have a moment, we'd like to welcome Ariel to the track this evening. Ariel is down trackside. There's Ace, her father. Ariel spent a good bunch of 2020 at Sick Kids and had 3 operations. She's a very brave young girl. Loves the races. There's Ariel and Ace. How about a big wave? I know you're a brave one, Ariel. And hope you're enjoying the races here this evening. It's glad to see you out and doing so well. And we admire your courage going through all of your difficulties at Sick Kids with the scoliosis. Keep it up, girl.
All right, folks, well, it's time to take a look at race number 3. We're going back to rookies this time, so it can be a little bit unpredictable. It is rookie 2-year-old filly Pacers for non-winners of $5,000 a lifetime. And I decided to go to the pole position in here with Mara Lou, hoping for a bit of value. Right now, 5-2 on the board, bet down to favoritism, so no value there at the moment. But I think that price might go up by post time. Last time, post 8 here at Grand River for this filly, and you can just throw that line right out because we know how difficult that starting spot is here at the river. 2 starts back, had post 3, I thought raced pretty well to end up getting beat just a neck to More Than My Hometown, who was a nice winner on that occasion. And right now, again, 5-2, hoping for a little bit of a better price than that by post time on number 1, Mara Lou. In for second, I went to number 4, Ace 44 Money. Well, a nice looking qualifier here at Grand River, that's for sure. Won by as much as this one pleased, and did come home in 29-4. The back half in 59 seconds by open lengths in 2:02-4. Definitely think this one, merits some respect in here for Team Coulter. And I would say right now 9-1's a nice price on this first-time starter, who's a bit of an unknown quantity against this group. In for third, number 7, St. Lad's Bijou. Would have definitely rated this one higher if not for the difficult post. That's for sure, because 2 starts back was a nice winner here in a similar race from post 2 when she moved to the lead and then ended up winning quite handily on that occasion, a 158 flat. Last time took on much tougher in the OSS grassroots at Mohawk Park, and could only end up mustering a 7th place finish. But this is certainly more a company that's certainly more to her liking, we'll say. And post 7 though makes it a little bit difficult, but 7-1 is not a bad price right now on St. Lad's Bijou. And then in for the 4th spot, I did go to number 9, Sullen Hanover, 4-1 on the board right now. Trailing post, certainly, it's one that you have to kind of like when I like the rail horse too. That's one of the reasons why I used her. I'm not crazy about that spot though with 2-year-olds, that's for sure. A couple of checks so far and 2 lifetime starts, one in the OSS grassroots, one against OSS grassroots starters. Sullen Hanover is one you have to have in your exotics, I would think. 4-1 on the board right now. Not the worst price on that filly, but they are making their way out onto the track, and we'll come back and discuss this race a little bit further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 3rd on parade. 1, Mara Lou, Anthony Hahn for Pam Forgy and Dr. Steve Taylor. Number 2, Silent Voices, Brian Donover, Dominic Gladue, and Gaston Blay. Number 3, Better Deal, Gino Toscani for Herb Holland. Number 4, Ace 44 Money, Scotty Coulter, Steve Coulter, and Colin Tinsley Burrows. 5 is Some Cameo, J.P. Renault for Julie Wachter and Dr. Terry Fry. And number 6, Music Box Noise, it's Mario Berja for Hunt Racing and Chris Rogers and Lewis Kingman. Number 7, St. Lad's Bijou, Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Barcelona and John DeVito. And number 8 is Shadowy, Tullamore for Dr. Ian Moore and Let It Ride Stables. And 9 is Sullen, Hanover, Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Landmark 14 Racing. And Hudson Standby. It's Field of 9, race number 3. We got the 2-year-old fillies on the pace, Rob, and you did spread out in the pick 5 if you're alive, but we both got dumped out in that last race by the 2-horse there with that great effort. But nonetheless, we both would have had the same horse here in the pick 5 on top. Number 1, Mara Lou, gets the inside post and actually raced pretty well from post 8 last time out, and also was really good with a better post just 2 races ago.
Yeah, I think so too. I liked Mara Lou on that occasion on July 23rd, and I think that the pole position for this one's going to make all the difference in the world. Now, we haven't seen any early speed from her yet. Hopefully, we do see that dimension display tonight, or at least forwardly placed. Last time at here at Grand River from post 8, no chance. We can cross that right off the page, right? And if you went back to her last effort, you'd certainly say, well, I can bet this one in here. 2-1 on the board, though. I was hoping for a better price than that.
Number 4, Ace 44 Money is going to give you a bit of a price just because it's the first start. But look, that qualifier was good, especially a good back half. And Ace 44 Money has one that could step forward off of that qualifier. I like the barn, too, as well. Also, I'm glad to see Scotty Coulter back. He suffered a little bit of an injury here and is back. Suffered that injury Wednesday night, was off the remainder of his drive. So he's back and healthy, or at least healthy enough to drive. Ace 44 Money, Rob.
Yeah, definitely great to see Scotty back in the bike tonight. And this one, I like it when you see a qualifier over the surface already, so it's not like one of the ones we usually get coming in from Mohawk Park, and then we don't know if they're getting around a half. She certainly, looked good in that qualifier. Obviously, he's going to have to generate more speed today, but the back half was certainly appealing enough. And 10-1 on the board, I would say, we're not really seeing any live action on this one, but certainly value, that's for sure, double digits.
Number 7, St. Lad's Bijou. It'll be interesting to see what the plan is because just might fire from post 7. But, of course, that's a problem when you fire from post 7 because things can kind of change on you in a hurry and put you in a bad situation. Certainly a good horse, though, 7-1.
Yeah, St. Lad's Bijou raced fantastic in her victory 2 starts back. The problem is that was from post 2. This is now from post 7. And, it's just such a difficult spot to overcome. 7-1 on the board. It might be worth now 8-1, taking a risk on, that post position just because of the quality of the horse that you get to bet on. I think that if she had, post 4 or inside of that, I would have made her worse my second pick, maybe my top pick.
There's a look at number 9, Sullen Hanover. I took your advice to be a little leery of young horses from the trailer post, but you didn't take your own advice. And look, at fans do have this one down at 5-1. She has looked good, though.
Yeah, Sullen Hanover's got a couple nice efforts under her belt. Both times picked up a check. And, for me, Gary, I looked at it and said, well, I am picking Mara Lou from the rail on top. And I know if I don't go against my young horse for the trailing post theory, I'll certainly hear it for not using her with my, if you like the one, you got to like the 9 theory. So I think Sullen Hanover, hopefully can use the post to her advantage and maybe set a favorable trip. Taking more action than I expected, though, right now at 5-1.
There's number 1. Number 8, Shadowy, and Tyler Moore for Dr. Ian Moore. And I'm always leery to leave his horses off the top 4. Yeah, it's post position 8, but he certainly can get the job done. And this one has flashed some speed as well.
Yeah, it just takes a lot for me to pick a horse from post 8, even in my top 4. And I just think that Shadowy might be up against it tonight. And the odds board certainly agrees right now at a price of 10-1. Listen, Shadowy, hasn't really produced a great effort yet in her career, but has, like you said, generated some speed. Might be able to hit the ticket, but I think she's up against it for winning.
It's a field of 9 for the third race, taking up positions. 2-year-old pacing fillies. And it'll be Marilou. Silent Voices on the inside with Better Deal in the center. Ace 44 Money and some cameo to the outside music box and noise and St. Lad's Bijou and Shadowy. Second tier, Sullen Hanover. Field of 9. Third dash, here they come. Giddy up. Field for the third is at the start. And they're off, and Better Deal, Marilou, St. Lad's Bijou, and Shadowy from the outside. The outside two posts are firing hard into the turn. Better Deal on the inside. St. Lad's Bijou is racing second right now. Marilou, Shadowy is racing position to fourth, and then Sullen ahead of her. A's 44 Money, and then it is back to Music Box Noise and some Cameo and Silent Voices, but right now it is Better Deal who's got the lead for Gino Toscani. St. Lad's Bijou left well to get away second, about 3.5 back at the opening quarter. Then it is Marilou. Shadowy on the inside is fourth. Opening panel 28-1. The field is spread out a bit. Sullen ahead of her is on the inside fifth in front of Ace 44 Money, and then Music Box Noise. And back further as they work around the turn to some Cameo. And then trailing the field is Silent Voices, but as they come off the turn, they head towards us. Better Deal and Gino Toscani is better by about a length and 3/4 than St. Lad's Bijou. Now here comes Marilou to challenge, and Shadowy is shadowing up Marilou as they race up on past the half in 59 seconds. Better Deal with the inside advantage, being challenged now by Marilou, and then on the outside Shadowy, to the inside St. Lad's Bijou, and then Sullen Hanover. And then it is back to Ace 44 Money, sixth, and then well back Music Box Noise and some Cameo and Silent Voices. They race on to 3/4. Better Deal is trying to hang tough against Marilou. Marilou and a Better Deal going at it. St. Lad's Bijou on the inside. Third is right there on the back of Better Deal. And on the outside, Shadowy. And then it is Sullen Hanover, 3/4, 127-3. And right now with the lead, Marilou. But here comes Shadowy. Marilou and Shadowy. Better Deal on the inside. And then St. Lad's Bijou and Sullen Hanover, and then it is Ace 44 Money. Marilou taking it as they come on down the lane. Shadowy is trying to come to Marilou, but Marilou is going to hold on. Shadowy along with St. Lad's Bijou and Sullen Hanover. The mile was 157-2. Marilou, it wasn't easy, but Marilou was able to dig in and get the job done. And I thought it was especially racing against the speed because 59 seconds to the half and still managed to wear down a Better Deal who hung tough.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Better Deal hung tough on the inside a long way, and Marilou, forged to the lead, and, Shadowy certainly made it interesting on the wire, and I think if St. Lad's Bijou could have split horses in between there, I don't think she ever got full clearance. If she did, she might have came past both of them because she did have quite a bit of pace. But, we were concerned about the outside posts for both St. Lad's Bijou and Shadowy, and the best way to overcome it, well, just leave out like airplanes, and that's what they did. They both got away forwardly placed there, but nice effort by Marilou first over.
Also nice considering how hard they left from outside post positions. You look at the finish, they're not beaten by much at all. Shadowy's only beaten a nose, and then St. Lad's Bijou's a head off of the win as well. So I tell you really got to keep an eye out for them next time out because they raced incredibly well.
Yeah, definitely. I thought St. Lad's Bijou was one I did, use in the third position because I was impressed by her effort here 2 starts back, and I thought she might be able to overcome it for a piece, but I didn't expect her to do so in leaving out and grabbing, the 2-hole early off the gate. Ryan DeRoche certainly had that one flying off the wings of the gate, and so did Tyler Moore with Shadowy. So, yeah, definitely 2 you need to look at for next time. And Sullen Hanover ended up completing the Superfecta at 5-1.
Yeah, ones that we worried about the post position were able to at least overcome it enough to get on the ticket. And I'll tell you, Shadowy, that's not beaten by much to Marilou from post position 8. I really want to keep an eye out for that horse next time out. 1879 is the top 4. And Marilou and Anthony Hahn getting the job done by a nose. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 3, it is one Marilou, a 2-year-old better than Shenterbay filly. Oh, but Dr. Steve Taylor and Pam Forgy sells to the trainer Anthony Hahn is the winning driver. It is the first win for Marilou, 157-2. The third race, Pouch 1, Marilou, 640, 410, 278, Shadowy, 870 and 590, and 7. St. Lad's Bijou, 380, $2 exactor, $48.50 try. $141.40 super, $488.30. The third race over finished from the tops at 195,687,324. That's 195,687,324.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 4, and we're staying on the pace. Filly and mares again, this time, though, of the claiming variety for a price tag of $8,500. $500. And well, I went to a horse that is moving up in class, but is coming off a big time win when she absolutely crushed her rivals by more than 4 lengths. That's number 5, If You Knew Susie. She was a winner in for 7,000 last time from post 3. Went to the front, made every call a winning one, and expanded her margin coming to the wire in 155 and 3. 2 starts back, had post 8, and the line certainly doesn't do it any justice because she got interfered with, and it took her right out of the race. Not saying that she would have got a big piece of it, but from the 8 hole, then getting interfered with, had no chance there. And you go back down further, you see some other pulverizing victories for this one. I think she's certainly the one to beat. 3 to 5 on the board, though. No value there right now. Tyler Moore is aboard, and we saw him get shadowy, airborne off the gate in the last race, and hopefully he can do the same with If You Knew Susie in here. And for second, I went to number 1, Show Me Some Magic. Rail Control coming off a win at Kawartha Downs, another one that's moving up, though, from the $7,000 level. We saw this one 2 starts back when she went an overland journey, ended up finishing 3rd. It was a decent effort, that's for sure. Show Me Some Magic has a post edge over my top selection, but I'm not sure that she'll be able to go the kind of mile that If You Knew Susie's going to be going tonight. In for 3rd, number 3, Northern Belle. This one's been competing at this level. Last time, the 6th hole, got away 8th, didn't really have much of a chance. Closed to finish 4th to Erica's Shadow, and was 3rd to that rival 2 starts back. I think Northern Belle is one that's worth looking at, especially if you're looking for a price right now. 7 to 1 on the board. I think she, merits some respect, especially to land on the ticket, the trifecta, maybe even the exacta. And then in for 4th, they went to number 4, Shake It If You Got It. Back-to-back wins at Dresden. I was on this one actually 3 starts back here at Grand River, and she ended up, kind of not getting the best trip before fading out of it. So I'm going to stick, though, with number 5, If You Knew Susie, but the affiliate mares are moving out onto the track right now, and we'll come back and talk about it a little bit further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 4th race on parade. 1, Show Me Some Magic, Nick Boyd for Bruce Cleaver. Number 2, Dex the Land. It's Austin Sorey driving for Sheldon Rose. 3 is Northern Belle, Lauren House for Greg Campbell and Angelo DeLellis. 4, Shake It If You Got It, Rhonda Roche for Dolores Basilone and Brittany Dillon. Number 5, If You Knew Susie, Tyler Moore for Kyle Bostons and Daryl Newbegin. And number 6, Runaway Aris, Scott Culliver, Patrick Bissett, and Gary Stoddard. Field of 6, race number 4. Well, let's get a look at this field. Note that Austin Surrey drives the 2 and Tyler Moore drives the 5. And, well, we're going to start with number 5, If You Knew Susie, because, if you were here last race, then you knew that she was really, really good. And 3 wins this year, 7 last year. She's been really good often. We've loved that barn as well. Kyle Boston's barn has really put some things together now. And Rob Tyler Moore with the drive. If You Knew Susie has to be considered the one to beat.
I would certainly think so. And, Gary, since the shutdown, every time she gets a favorable post, she performs really well. I wouldn't even say favorable. I mean, if she draws 5 or inside, she's got post 5 today. It's the starts that she drew 7 and 8 that you kind of just cross off the page. And if you don't look at those 2 starts, you say, wow, this one's going to be really tough to beat because you just see wins by open lengths every time. Tyler Moore picks up the drive, and we saw him get shadowy off the gate well in the last race. And I think that the game plan here should be simple: just get to the front and try to steal a quarter before winning by as much as she can. 3 to 5 is Certainly an underlay, I'd say, though, on a horse that's moving up in class, but I think it's going to be tough to beat her.
Yeah, you do see a number of 27 and change opening quarters. I thought if one was going to beat her, it might be a number one, Show Me Some Magic, because does have 5 wins on the year and had the Magic to Kawartha last time out. It also was a winner just 4 races ago at Kawartha as well, and was good here as well. But we'll see how well Show Me Some Magic can get off the gate. What do you expect?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? I mean, we see one line way down there last March getting away with the lead from post 3. I think that to have a chance here, she's got to push out for position, that's for sure. I mean, the 2-hole behind If You Knew Susie, assuming that one goes to the front, is going to be the place to be. Show Me Some Magic. I'm not sure if she's got that speed to push out from the pole position, but if she does, she'll certainly be the main play underneath.
Number 3, Northern Belle, is one that, at least has been on the fringes a few times this year, and one that last year was able to get some checks. Northern Belle is one that you used on your top 3 in here, is 7-2 on the board. We do see some flashes of gate speed, though, at times.
Yeah, and she's interesting because she's been racing, well enough at this level where there's 3 horses that are moving up to this level tonight. If you go down 3 starts ago from the pole position, she got away in the 2-hole pop pocket very early, ended up finishing 4th. I think she does have enough speed that she might be able to leave out, and hopefully get a decent spot in here. 7-2 on the board, and I wouldn't be surprised if she finished 2nd or 3rd.
I wanted to use number 4, Shake It If You Got It, a little higher on my ticket off of back-to-back wins. And look, the wins at Dresden, they were impressive, especially that 1-2 races back, sweeping up 3 wide. And you do see a lot of form overall. I just wasn't sure how she compares here, but I wouldn't be surprised if she steps up and races better than the 5-1.
Yeah, it's very possible. I liked this horse last time she came here to Grand River in the condition claimer, and she really didn't fire when she came first over. And, look at her last 2 nice wins over Dresden. 6-1 on the board. The price certainly is a nice one. I put her in the 4th spot. Didn't really know what to make of her, off her last 2, then transitioning to this group.
And the last one we flashed was number 6, Runaway Heiress. Well, if there's one that could race from off the pace, post 6, and get a big factor, it might be her, 10-1.
Yeah, she's one you might want to use on the bottom end of your exotics. I left her to my top 4, but looking at her form more, I think she kind of figures to, land somewhere on the ticket. Not sure if she's a win candidate, but at that price, definitely use underneath.
Well, it's a field of 6 for race number 4. Show Me Some Magic and Dex the Land on the inside. In the center, Northern Belle and Shake It If You Got It. To the outside, If You Knew Susie and Runaway Heiress. It is a field of 6 for race number 4. They're at the top of the stretch. Field for the 4th race. They're at the start of the route. Dex the Land and Northern Belle. If You Knew Susie, then Show Me Some Magic on the inside. Shake It If You Got It. And Runaway Heiress is back trailing the field. Northern Belle, Dex the Land on the inside. Dex the Land has got the lead. Northern Belle is 2nd. If You Knew Susie is racing 3rd right now. Then it is Show Me Some Magic and Shake It If You Got It. And Runaway Heiress is back trailing the field. But Dex the Land and Austin Sorry leads as they race to the quarter. And it is Dex the Land at 11-1 right now, who's landed on top past the opening quarter. Sharp 27-2 opening panel. Northern Belle is 2nd. If You Knew Susie's on the inside 3rd. Then Show Me Some Magic moving to the outside as they race off the turn, wanting to flush out If You Knew Susie. And now If You Knew Susie will step to the outside. And then it is Show Me Some Magic on the back of If You Knew Susie. And then it is Shake It If You Got It and Runaway Heiress. Dex the Land to the half. And the halftime was reached in 57-2. 30-second second panel breather. And Dex the Land on the inside. If You Knew Susie now is thrown down the gauntlet on the outside. And then Northern Belle. Shake It If You Got It. Show Me Some Magic doesn't have the magic on the outside right now. And Runaway Heiress on the inside has claimed 5th on down the backstretch for Dex the Land, who's still moving well. If You Knew Susie on the outside, still a bit of work to do, but is only a nose off the lead now. And then it is Northern Belle. Shake It If You Got It is moving moved up, and then Runaway Eris. It is If You Knew Susie on the outside, grinding away 3/4, 126. If You Knew Susie now leads it by a length and a quarter over Dex the Land. Then Shake It If You Got It in Northern Belle and Runaway Eris. If You Knew Susie as the field turns for home. If You Knew Susie, Runaway Eris is now sharp on down the lane. Dex the Land tries to hold on to second. It is If You Knew Susie. Runaway Eris was second. Then it was Shake It If You Got It, and Dex the Land was able to hold on for fourth, 155-4. If You Knew Susie had to work a little bit, Rob, but still looked very much up to that work as you see the stretch drive, 155-4.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't the way that I drew it up, that's for sure. I think Tyler Moore, had to make a decision to kind of drop in the three hole when they were kind of going pretty quick off the wings of the gate, 27 to the opening quarter. And then the minute Austin Story kind of put the brakes on and got that 30-second second quarter, he came first over, which isn't really the worst spot to be when you've got the best horse in the race. And, Tyler certainly felt that he had that in front of him and grinded that leader down. But I'll be honest, a couple of tense moments for me for a 2-5 shot, Gary.
I think also Tyler must have known just how much he had because he didn't worry about trying to get up and get the better of Dex Land right away. I think he showed that he trusted that I got the better horse. I'll just keep moseying up a little closer and a little closer. He had tons left.
Yeah, definitely. You saw him pop the plugs, but he never really was asking her. I think he just wanted her to kind of stay to her business. And then when he did ask if he knew Susie, she certainly responded and went past that leader. And Runaway Harris ends up getting up for second, the last one that we talked about, which is sometimes an angle you want to go with, that's for sure. Got bet down too late to 5-1.
And did close as we expected because it got away last and then moved up to finish second. Number 4, Shake It If You Got It, third at 14-1, and then Dex the Land, who did all the work, stuck around for the bottom of the superfecta at 11-1. But back in front of us is number 5, If You Knew Susie, 6-year-old Yankee Cruiser Bay mare, won by Daryl Newbegin, trained by Kyle Boston's Tyler Moore, the winning drive, 4th win this year, and the 15th lifetime. If You Knew Susie, 155-4. The mutual prices race 4-5. If You Knew Susie, 290, 330 and 210. 6 Runaway Eris, 440, 364. Shake It If You Got It, 430. $2 exactor, $11.80. $1 try, $27.40. Superfecta, $111.05. The fourth race rundown 645312. That's 645312.
All right, well, it's time for race number 5. It's the money leg of our pick 5 wager, and they're paying pretty good. All things considered, we had 3 favorites and 1 mild upsetter, and the lowest one is paying $76 right now on number 3, Sugar Daddy Controls. This is also the start of the pick 3, so if you're not alive in that pick 5, you might as well play the pick 3 here. And we've got 2-year-old Colt Pacers for non-winners of 4,000 a lifetime. And I am going to number 3, Sugar Daddy Controls, as my top selection. Last time faced off against OSS Grassroots rivals here at Grand River. I went overland for a bit of it and ended up finishing 8th, beaten 6 1/4 lengths. That was against My Blueberry Buck, though, and Lion's Pride, a couple of decent rookie pacers in their own right. So I certainly think that getting against an easier company tonight with the inside post, this is one you have to consider. And 2 starts back, finished 3rd, albeit by a wide margin to True Blue Lindy and Lions Lou. A couple of nice pacers as well. So I've got no problem going to Sugar Daddy Control, especially the price right now of 15 to 1, but that price will not hold up. Can almost guarantee that right now. Odds are being inflated because number 5, Control the Lightning, is getting hammered down, who is my second choice, down to 1 to 9 right now, which would be way too short of a price on this one, that's for sure, or anyone in this field for that matter. Control the Lightning was second last time. Led most of the way from the same post position, got picked up in the late stages on one that was also making their first lifetime start. And I thought the effort was a good one, 58 and 1, and certainly wasn't a bad effort at all in finishing second. I just certainly don't think that 1 to 9, well, now 3 to 1, so that odds certainly flipped in a hurry. 3 to 1 on the board. I think Control the Lightning should be around 3 or 4 to 1 in here. That would be the appropriate price. On that one, in for the third spot, I went to number 4, Athens Sealster for Bob McIntosh and Austin Sorey. Finished 3rd in the same race that Controlled Lightning comes out of, and I thought the effort, was a decent one. Came home with 28 and 4, and one that I thought that Athens Sealster could build on coming into his second start of his life tonight. 9 to 2 on the board, and I would be more inclined to take that price on him than the 3 to 1 on Controlled Lightning. That is for sure. And then if you go back to the fourth spot for me, I went to number 1, Unlaced, who is the current favorite right now at 5 to 2. Last time left out in 26 and 4 after making an interference break at Mohawk Park in a race that was designated for OSS Grassroots starters, and then went to the half in 55 and 3. Certainly an effort that would tire Unlaced out on the front end, and you can't fault this gelding for finishing 9th on the end of it. Now gets the pole position here at Grand River, over a half-mile surface. Does have a start here already in the grassroots, so Unlaced might be the spot to land. I just need to see more from this one before I'd be willing to risk it on a win ticket. And 5 to 2 for me would be too short on number 1, Unlaced. But again, this is the start of the pick 3. I'm going to stick with my top selection, number 3, Sugar Daddy Controls. Horses are coming out onto the track. We'll come back and talk about a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the fifth on parade one. Unlaced. Pat Hudon for Blair Burgess and Corinne Olsen Burgess. Number two is Full Disclosure. Gino Toscani drives and trains and owns. Number three, Sugar Daddy Controls. Anthony Hahn for Dan Legacy and Ben Moudry. For this Athens Sealster, Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Dr. David Fisher. 5 is Control the Lightning. Tyler for Jeffrey Williamson. Number 6, Raising Sand. Tyler Jones for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Steve Heimbecker. Number 7 is Courageux. Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Catherine Stacy. And 8 is All the Boil. It's Scott Culver, Clark Bealby, and Coyote Wind Farms. 9 is Last Call. Jerome Detachade for Teresa Stokes and Ruth Moore and James Hasty. Field of 9, race number 5. Final leg of the pick 5. Well, Rob, it would have been nice to still be alive, but you mentioned the price is pretty good considering we really only had that one little bit of an upsetter in the second, and it was one that I was a little afraid of. But number 3, Sugar Daddy Controls. Your horse right now is 7-2 on the board. The money's been bouncing all around, and now we don't really have any kind of decided favorite. Sugar Daddy Controls. Anthony Hunt tries to score again. That last race here, Grassroots, 8th, but the 57-1 compares pretty well, and a good race on the sloppy track at Mohawk before that.
Yeah, a couple of really good rivals, too. He faced My Blueberry Buck and Lions Pride, and if you go back to that effort at Mohawk Park, True Blue Lindy and Lions lose. So some really nice form references for Sugar Daddy Controls. You know, the odds bouncing around doesn't surprise me, Gary, because I was going to use 5 in here in the pick 5, and I think it's kind of a wide open event. But for me right now, looking at the odds board, 7-2 on Sugar Daddy Controls seems like a good price, especially getting that more beneficial post and facing a much easier group.
I tabbed number 5, Control the Lightning, as the likely favorite, and I thought this one would be around 2-1. Control the Lightning looked really, really good here last time out and has some gate speed. That was post 5 last time. Likely to leave again, don't you think? 4-1.
I think so. I mean, he left from the same post last time, went right to the lead, and tried to make every call a winning one before getting picked up in the late stages. We've seen Tyler Moore, send one off the gate from post 8 today, so I think we'll see this one blazing off the wings of the starting car. That's for sure. 5-1 on the board. You thought this one would be the favorite. I thought we have 3-1 or so, but 5-1 is probably an overlay right now. Control the Lightning.
I was anticipating getting a wee bit of a price and for Athens Sealster and use this one on top. 6-1. Austin Sorry Bob McIntosh. I like that combination. And I thought raced pretty well for a first career start and maybe has more of a reason to step forward because that was only the first start. Athens Sealster at 6-1. I think I might have a live one in here. Came home really well.
Yeah, I think you do. And 6-1 seems like a pretty good price on Athens Sealster. I've seen Bob McIntosh horses in the past sometimes progress a lot from first start to second start. And last time set an inside trip, and I thought it looked pretty good under the wire and finishing third in the same race the Controlled Lightning exits. So 6-1. If you're going to get a better price and with Athens Sealster over Controlled Lightning, I think maybe you'd want to lean in that direction. That's for sure. And I think that we might see a much better effort today from Athens Sealster. There's
number 1, Unlaced, now on the inside. And understandable why this one's drawing some attention because in that Grassroots race here, 5th, but 57-2 was a good mile. And then that interference break. But, boy, I tell you, flashed enough gate speed that I think I know where Unlaced is heading early.
Yeah, you would certainly think so. Last time went 55-3 to the half at Mohawk Park, and that race in the Grassroots here, post 5 got away 7, ended up getting a check. Century Invictus, we saw him come right back on Wednesday night and win here as well. So good form reference for this one. Rail control, early speed. This one will likely be firing, you would think. 7-2 on the board right now. The price, I would say, is a fair one.
There's number 9, Last Call Jerome. I know that this is one that you probably had to consider because of the regard for one unlaced. Last Call Jerome is one that did race here in 56 and 4, beaten 4 by My Blueberry Buck and Lion's Pride. Last Call Jerome at 6-1 can be a nice price play.
Yeah, I just came down to the trailing post and what the trip might look like. On the cusp of making my top 4, just missed, and I wouldn't be surprised if Last Call Jerome hit the superfecta.
Well, it is a field of 9, race number 5, the start of the pick 3 and the final leg of the pick 5. Taking up positions, it's Unlaced and Full Disclosure, and Sugar Daddy controls on the inside. In the center, Athens Sealster control the Lightning. To the outside, Racing Sand, Courageux, and Olive Oil. And the second tier, Last Call Jerome. It's a field of 9 for race number 5. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 5th race is into the stretch drive at gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start, and they're off, and Sugar Daddy controls made a break in stride. Unlaced on the inside. Athens Sealster as the field works around the turn, and then Control the Lightning is still pressing on the outside and racing for his Full Disclosure. Last Call Jerome, then Courageux, Raising Sand as they work into the backstretch, and then All a Boil. But right now, Athens Sealster at 7-2, and Austin Sorey's got the lead, and Unlaced is second. There goes Control the Lightning now popping out, and Tyler Moore is up and driving and racing for Full Disclosure, and back in 5th is Last Call Jerome, and then it is Courageux and Racing Sand, and Sugar Daddy controls and All the Boil as they race on past the opening quarter. 30-3 was the opening pedal, and Control the Lightning wants to come on and take control of the race. Athens Sealster is in the pocket. Unlaced is racing third. The field comes off the turn, and then it is Full Disclosure, and now moving to the outside, Last Call Jerome, but it is Control the Lightning who's got the lead, and Athens Sealster is going to stalk from the pocket. Last Call Jerome is moving on the outside. Unlaced, and then Courageux is racing 5th, and Full Disclosure. Racing Sand and back to Olive Oil, and Sugar Daddy controls after that early break is trailing the field. Half was 101 and 2 as they race into the backstretch. Control the Lightning. Athens Sealster is right there, nose to helmet in the pocket. Last Call Jerome to the outside and racing for this Unlaced, and then Courageux. But it is Control the Lightning who controls things heading to 3/4. On the inside, Athens Sealster is getting a trip. Last Call Jerome is racing on the outside and is a length and a half back. 3/4, 131 and 4. Control the Lightning. And now on the outside, Last Call Jerome. Athens Sealster looks very alive in the pocket as Austin Sorey is laying back as they race their way towards the top of the stretch, and then Unlaced. It is Control the Lightning. I think we're going to look at Athens Sealster up the passing lane. They go on down the lane. Control the Lightning. Control the Lightning is going to drive on now. Control the Lightning. Athens Sealster is second, then Unlaced was third, and Last Call Jerome was fourth. 2:01 and 1. Race number 5, Control the Lightning was able to grab control again. We saw that move earlier in the card, coming up past the quarter, Rob, and making that move, and did get a challenge from Athens Sealster, who really looked alive on that final turn.
Yeah, definitely. Control the Lightning. This one we've seen, speed hold up here, pretty well, since Industry Day as well. Obviously, Industry Day 11 for 11 on the front end, and since then we've seen a lot more early speed continue on. This one went up to 9-2 after taking a lot of support at various points throughout the betting, and Athens Sealster actually went down to a lower price of 7-2, but both of them, ended up, at a pretty decent number, really, and in a race that I thought there were, 4 that kind of stood out. My top selection, of course, broke stride behind the gate. The other 3 finished 1, 2, 3 with Unlaced grabbing third, but Tyler Moore certainly having himself a good night so far, and another front-end winner.
It'd be interesting to see Athens Sealster again, because I'm curious if laying back with such a hold, if it takes a little bit out of a horse to kind of have be checked up there on that final turn, or just at least the reins pretty darn tight as Austin Sorey was laying down pretty flat.
Yeah, I actually thought that Austin was going to try to create a little bit of separation to give himself some room to get some momentum coming off the turn because it's so hard actually for a horse to go from, climbing over top of one and then finding the passing lane. So I thought he was trying to create maybe a little bit of separation to gain some momentum and then control the lane and kind of just, sprint it away. Either way, nice efforts from Athens Sealster. We saw that progression from one start to the next, just not enough to get him into the winner's circle. I think next time, he might be due for a victory.
And Rob, if you like the 1, you can maybe like the 9. And it comes 5-4-1-9. 1 unlaced, finishing third, raced credibly. And then 9, Last Call Jerome from the trailer post.
Yeah, nice effort too. First over a long way there. I'll be watching for Last Call Jerome next time.
Coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 5. It is number 5, Control the Lightning. 2-year-old Control the Moment Bay Colt, owned and trained by Jeffrey Williamson. Tyler Moore with the winning drive. It is the first win for Control the Lightning. Back-to-back driving wins for Tyler Moore, taking races 4 and 5. And making it a hat trick with race number 1 as well. So 3 on the night in 5 races for Tyler Moore. 2-1-1. Race number 5 to Control the Lightning. The 5th race payouts 5, Control the Lightning. 11:45, 33.74. Athens Sealster for 34.21. Unlaced $4. The dollar pick 5, 5 of 5, 484.10. The 20 center is a correction. The $2 exactor, $36. The dollar try, 65.10. The dollar super is $211.70, and a 20-cent super, $42.34. Fans note in race 11, number 4, Little Mary, driver change to Tyler Moore. Race 11 for Little Mary, Tyler Moore. The fifth race, order of finish from the top, 368-215974. That's 368-215974.
All right, well, it's time for race number 6. Is the money leg of our pick 4, but also time for one of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway, the Super High Five, or as Gary likes to call it, the Pentafecta. And this looks like a very contentious affair, so that wager should pay handsomely. This is for non-winners of 15,000 life horses and geldings on the pace, and I went to number 6, Party in the Shadows. So there is a scratch number 5, Confidence Man. And with Colin Kelly not being here, Austin Story now jumps over to number 6, Party in the Shadows. And this one was a nice winner last time, wire to wire from post 4 in this very class. And before that, did go a long way first over against Big Chick Magnet before only missing by half a length in the runner-up spot. So Party in the Shadows, I think, will be tough to beat again tonight. Was on this one last time and won as the favorite. I expect Party in the Shadows to take lots of support in this event, that's for sure. But in behind that one is where it gets a little bit tricky, I think. I went to number 9, Little Willie, right now sitting at 6-1 on the board. Trailing post for this one, did race well at Georgia in numbers of 2 last time to finish second, only beaten 2 lengths to Shadow in Red, who then went to win in a real big way at Mohawk Park. So that's a good form reference for this one, because Shadow in Red came right back to win once again after that last effort. And the trailing post sometimes can be a tricky spot, but hopefully the one horse somewhere in Tuscany will push out, or the 2 Seas Control, and Scott Coulter can navigate a decent trip for Little Willie from the second tier. That's who I like underneath, though. Then to number 2, Seas Control. This horse certainly has gate speed. Left out well to get away second from the 5-hole last time to Party in the Shadows. And I think Seas Control is going to be doing something similar again, pushing out for a position and hopefully sitting a trip. And, should get every chance to land underneath somewhere, either whether it be the exacta or trifecta. 6-1 on the board right now on Seas Control. That's a pretty good price on this one, but I do think he's more of an underneath play. And then in for the 4th spot, I went to number 7, Côte d'Azur. We saw the connections of Blair Burgess and Pat Hoodan have one in the last race, and they finished 3rd with Unlaced. And I think that this one has a lot of go, actually. This horse has some speed, and we didn't get to see it last time. He got away 8th off the gate from the 7-hole. Closed up nicely, came home in 28-1, back half of 56-2. I think Côte d'Azur is one that you might want to consider bumping up in the underneath spots, anyways, of your super high five. Right now at 9-1. I think this horse definitely has some get up and go and should like being at Grand River now for his second consecutive start. Would not ignore this one, folks, at 9-1. That's number 7, Cote d'Azur. And if I had to throw another one in there, well, I'd probably look towards the inside of the gates and go with number 4, Lincoln Boulevard. This one last time won an overland trip and ended up finishing 7th. Right now 25-1. That's a price play for me to put in the bottom end of the super high five. But for me, it's number 6, Party in the Shadows. 8-5 on the board is actually a bigger price than I was expecting on this one. Nice win last time in here and should take more support come post time. But the horses are moving out onto the track. We'll be back in just a few moments to talk about more with Gary Guy.
Field 4, race number 6 on Parade 1. Somewhere in Tuscany, Gino Toscani drives and trains and owns. Number 2 is Seize Control, child birth for Gerald Lilly and Bill Maines and William Cripps and Steve Papillion. And number 3, Finn T. Silster, Paul McKenzie for Lyle Greenwich. 4 is Lincoln Boulevard, Brett McDonough for Jeffrey Williamson and Rebecca Williamson and Laverne Turnbull. 5 is scratched. Number 6, Party in the Shadows. Austin Sorry for Kyle Bossens and Brad Gray. And number 8 is Bet on Jack. Anthony Hunt from Ed Crone and Hunt Racing. Nine is Little Willie. Scott Kohler for Mike Timpano and Wendy Warren Timpano. And there is number 7, Cote d'Azur. It's Patouda for Blair Burgess and Corinne Olsen Burgess and James Walker and Sterling Fisher and RAW Equine. Field of 8, race number 6. The Super High 5, the Pentafecta, race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. Well, in this one, Rob Austin lost his drive when 5 Confidence Man was scratched. So what does he do? Well, he inherits the Party in the Shadows as the 6-5 betting favorite as Kyle Boston's put Austin up, and Austin drove this horse to a very game effort from the trailer post 2 races ago, beaten just half a length. Party in the Shadows, the one that should give Austin the best chance to be the party here in the 6th race, 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5 on the board right now, and the price doesn't surprise me at all. I wouldn't even be surprised to see even money come post time. Nice effort last time to win. It made every color winning one on the front end, and did it kind of easy. And 2 starts back, not easy trip by any stretch. Went a very difficult journey to finish second, beating half a length. Looks really good on the track right now. Austin Story's picked up a live one, and I think they should make their way to the winner's circle after this race.
Rob, I landed on 9 Little Willie as my second choice, and so did you, but I had to struggle with it because I'm not sure if Somewhere in Tuscany is going to provide enough of the gate speed. I know Seize Control left it last time for a pocket trip. Little Willie, though, 5 out of 6 in the top 2 races for a very good barn, and certainly has the gate speed if it works out in front of him.
I'll be honest, Gary. This horse had his nose in the gate and drew an inside post. I may have put this one right on top, and that's because finished second last time to Shadow and Red. Well, Shadow and Red moved on from that effort at Georgian Downs and provided a dominant try down at Mohawk Park and downwards or 2 and paced in 151-1 under wraps to follow that one up. So it's a good form reference for Little Willie. The problem is the post. Post 9, I'm not sure how it works out for him. I do think he's good enough. I put him in the second spot, but the journey might be a difficult one.
Last time out, number 2, Seize Control, was able to seize the pocket. Now, they didn't go enough up front to be able to get the job done against Party in the Shadows, and may well not have regardless, but certainly came a very good back half. Seize Control and Tyler Borth should again have a good chance to be a trip horse, 5-1.
Yeah, whenever you see a horse that's got an inside post and tactical speed that Seize Control has, you've got to use the horse underneath in the exotics, especially in a bet like the Super High Five. 6-1 on the board, now 5-1. I thought Seize Control would take more support. Only got beat a length last time to Party in the Shadows, and should be blasting off the gate again for a favorable trip.
There's number 7, Cote de Jour and Pat Houdon. Now, this one was a bit off form racing in the non-winners at 2 at Mohawk, but put up some decent speed, 53-2 in one of them. Came here last race, early interference, so was almost 17 lengths back the quarter. Did a lot of fine work. I'm not one that would want this one on top, but if he wins here, I wouldn't be shocked. 10-1.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I think this horse is going to be, improving with every effort. That last start here at Grand River was a nice one. It was in a deep hole early, and then paced 3/4 sub 28-4, back half of 56-2, and was flying on the end of it. Post 7 is the problem. And inside post, I would have definitely bumped this horse right up in my selections. I would say at worst had this horse second, but post 7 again is a difficult place to leave from. 12-1 on the board. I'd be using this horse everywhere in my exotics. So.
And there is number 8, Bet on Jack. I'm interested to see how this one races because Meg Crone's barn has been really good this year. This horse was good as a 2-year-old and has been pretty good in the 4 starts. Just one a tough one at Sarnia. Bet on Jack. He could be picking up something. And also, he can leave. Maybe he'll even leave from post 8.
Yeah, he's one that I think, without the post position, you certainly have to consider this one to be somewhere on the ticket. I would say, top 3 for sure, but post 8 for me is a tough place to pick from, and I left this one out of actually my top 5.
Well, we'll see if that ends up being a mistake or not. And we do have a scratch in this race. Number 5, Confidence Man, is out, so it'll be somewhere in Tuscany and Seize Control on the inside. In the center, Finn T. Sealster, Lincoln Boulevard, and Party in the Shadows. To the outside, Cote de Jour and Bet on Jack. In the second tier, Little Willie. It's a field of 8, race number 6. They're at the top of the stretch. The hump race on this fabulous Friday night at the river. Here they come. Field for the 6th race is at the start of the round. Seize Control and somewhere in Tuscany. Finn T. Sealster. Bet on Jack is it's gonna sprint hard from an outside post position. Somewhere in Tuscany. Bet on Jack on the outside. And then racing third is Seize Control. They work into the backstretch, and now Bet on Jack is gonna squeeze into the pocket. Seize Control is third. Finn T. Sealster fourth, and then Party in the Shadows relaxed away fifth in front of as they race on past the quarter. Little Willie, then Lincoln Boulevard, and Cote de Jour somewhere in Tuscany at 35-1 has the lead right now, 27-2. It was a solid opening quarter. Bet on Jack and Anthony Hahn from the outside post picks up the pocket trip and is about 2 lengths off the lead. Then Seize Control now is going to come to the outside and challenge, and Party in the Shadows is racing on the outside as they race on towards us. And then it is Finn T. Sealster, and then Cote de Jour is part of the outer flow. Little Willie's on the inside, second from last, and Lincoln Boulevard on the outside. Halftime 56-4, and somewhere in Tuscany at 35-1. Doesn't show signs of letting up just yet. Seize Control on the outside. Somewhere in Tuscany's getting some urging now, though. Then Seize Control, and Party in the Shadows is looming and is going to roll it 3 wide, and Bet on Jack is on the inside. And then Cote de Jour, and then Lincoln Boulevard, Finn T. Sealster, and Little Willie's kicking in late. There goes Party in the Shadows. Out 3 wide. Seize Control, the center of the track, and somewhere in Tuscany on the inside is still in the fight. And on the inside, Bet on Jack, and then Cote de Jour, and closing Lincoln Boulevard 3/4, 125-4. And that is Party in the Shadows and Seize Control. Then as they turn for home, Party in the Shadows on the outside, Party in the Shadows, and somewhere in Tuscany, Party in the Shadows, Party in the Shadows, driving late is Cote de Jour. Party in the Shadows will win it. Cote de Jour was second. Then it looked like it might have been somewhere in Tuscany. And Lincoln Boulevard at Bet on Jack 155 flat. Party in the Shadows in Austin, Surrey. Well, it didn't come easy, but definitely a good overall effort and a nice tip out 3 wide and had enough left to come home, Rob.
Yeah, nice steer there by Austin Sorey and Party in the Shadows. We thought this horse was the best in the race, and I think he ended up proving it, that's for sure. But we did talk about, I'm going to let you say the name, Gary. You say it so much nicer than I do, the seven horse.
Yeah, but I might just be wrong. Maybe I should just Cote de Jour.
Cote de Jour. Listen, I thought that horse had a big chance to, land on the ticket and had the horse pegged for fourth, but I kept mentioning that I might bump this one up, and nice effort from that one. Put that one on your watch list, folks. I think there's good things to come from this one coming forward. And somewhere in Tuscany, and Gino Toscani, led a long way there. Pretty quick fractions too to stick around for the third spot at 35-1. So hopefully that's going to put some value on this ticket.
I was kind of expecting him to falter a little bit off of those fractions, but he certainly didn't, and he finishes third. And then we had 4 Lincoln Boulevard close nice, and actually bet on Jack. Keep an eye out on that one because yeah, he had a reason to back away after the work that he did early.
Yeah, definitely. It's leaving out from the 8 hole there is not easy by any stretch. Ended up still hanging on for the fifth spot. And Lincoln Boulevard too, landing on the ticket at 12, so one in the fourth spot. But yeah, bet on Jack's one, where I think if you draw inside next time, certainly it would increase his chances. 8 hole is never an easy task.
Well, coming back in front of us is the story of the party here in the 6th race. It is number 6, Party in the Shadows, a 3-year-old Shadow Play Brown Colt, owned by Brad Gray, trained by Kyle Bossens. Austin Sorey. Awesome Austin with the win on the 6th race on 6 Party in the Shadows. 3rd win this year, 5th lifetime. 155 flat. He looks happy. The 6th race payout, number 6 Party in the Shadows for 52, 62, 10, 7. Cote de Jour, 10, 20, and 320 at 1. Somewhere in Tuscany, $680, $2 exact, or $39.80 try. 127.80. Dollar win for 73.20. And the dollar high five, 2,829.75. Almost a ka-ching. The sixth race, we're finished in the tops at 368 4 scratch 1 257. That's 368 4 scratch 1 257.
Since 1996, the Ontario Standardbred Adoption Society has facilitated the retraining and management of more than 1,000 retired and non-racing standardbred horses. This award-winning organization also plays a key role in the advocacy and promotion of the breed's versatility and suitability for many equine disciplines beyond harness racing. Volunteers and temporary foster homes are vital to our success. If you have a passion for standardbreds, learn more at osas.ca.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 7. We got filly and mares claiming filly and mares for a price tag of $15,000. Downwarders of $40,000 life. And well, I could not go against winning here after she raced incredibly well last time. First time for her new barn, and that is number 6, Something Royal. She went a real nice mile from post 7 last time. Got away third off the gate. Had broken equipment. right away on that mile too, by the way, folks. It finished with broken equipment, had it very early on, and tucked in the 3-hole, then moved first over and was first over a long way before drawing clear in the stretch to win. It was the first start for her new connections and trainer Richard Moreau, and Brett McDonald gave this one a confident steer to be victorious, and I'm a little bit shocked right now. 7-1 was the price last time, which was a massive overlay. Was my top selection on that occasion, and top selection again right now 7-2. The price to me makes no sense. I thought she'd be an overwhelming favorite on here after her last race, because it was certainly a good one. And for second, I went to number 3, Woodmere Row Lily. That is another entry from the Richard Moreau barn, and I think that this one, certainly merits respect underneath. Finished third last time at Georgian Downs in a $15,000 condition claimer, and before that only got beat a nose to Erica's Shadow. That's a horse that we're very familiar with here. She won 3 in a row and raced pretty well the other night here from an outside post. So Woodmere Row Lily is one I think you need to use underneath, but I prefer Something Royal to that one. They're right now both 5-2. And if they're anywhere near the same price, I'd definitely be leaning in the direction of my top selection, number 6, Something Royal. And for third, I went to number 1, Land of Paradise. Last time, post 5, got away 7th. Ended up closing to finish 5th. Wasn't a bad effort, but the start before that had the pole position, got away second in the 2-hole, and only missed by a neck to Mocking Beauty. Was a winner before that, and Land of Paradise should be able to use that inside post advantage to get spotted well, and should get a piece of it come the wire. 4-1 on the board, not a bad price on number 1, Land of Paradise. And then I went to number 2, Big Diamond. Big Diamond has tactical speed. Post 8 last time, crossed that start right off the program because it's so hard to win from out there here at Grand River. And if you just toss that one out, you'll see that she typically lands on the ticket or is very close. And Big Diamond right now at 6-1 is another one that I think you have to use in your exotics. But for me, I really think that number 6, Something Royal, is a standout in here off that last effort. Second time now off the claim, and might even get better than that victory last time for her new connections. 9-5 on the board, no surprise. I'd be shocked if this horse goes off at 7-5 or 8-5 come post time, though. The filly mares are moving out onto the track for race number 7. We'll come back and talk about a little more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 7th on parade. 1, Land of Paradise, Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley McNiven and Shirley Griffin. Number 2 is Big Diamond, Anthony Hunt for Isabel Darvo. Number 3 is Woodmere Row Lily, Austin Surrey for Richard Morrow and Norman Beausoleil. And the 4th Century Gianna Scott Quiller for Mike Timpano and Wendy Warren Timpano and Seaspray Stables and Princeton Farms. And 5 is coming your way, Tyler for Heather Pickett. Number 6, Something Royal, Brett McDonough for Richard Morrow and Don Beeland and Cheryl Moreau. And number 7 is Transcendence, Jason Ryan for Gary Kingshot. Field of 7, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. And right now, 2-1 betting favorite is number 6, Something Royal. One that, 3 wins this year, but the most recent one was the first start for Richard Morrow here last time out, and even finished with broken equipment, but 54-2. So takes a career best mile, and Brett McDonald drove in that start. Is back with the start here. Rob, I kind of expect this one to maybe even move down closer to even money. We'll see if that's the way it unfolds, but what do you think Something Royal looks like right now on the track?
And she looks great on the track. It was the way she did it, right, Gary? I mean, the broken equipment was one obstacle, post 7 was another, and then first over. I mean, it was a real nice effort first off the claim for these connections, and she drew away in the stretch too. Like, it wasn't like she kind of battled and just got up. I mean, she drew away to win with broken equipment in 154-2, and gets a slightly better post this time, and I agree with you. I think this horse should be around 6-5 or even money. I think 2-1 is actually an overlay. If she comes back to her latest, there's no one that can probably beat her in here.
Number 3, Whitmere Row Lily, the other half of the two that are in here for Richard Morrow. This is one that raced really well at Georgian Downs the last 2 starts, and they were the first and second starts for Richard with this mare. It also had a win streak, a 3-race win streak before that. You've seen some nice things from this one. I think Whitmere Row Lily is a mare that's probably going to go forward very nicely and has hit the board often this year. She could be dangerous in here, but at least you have to look at this one, I think, is the next best, 4-1.
Yeah, I think so. I think the 2 stablemates are the best 2 in the race. And if you look at the last 2 for Woodmere Row Lily and the 2 efforts for Richard Moreau, you've got Erica Shadow beat this one by a nose, and then after that, Salzburg Raven. And we saw Salzburg Raven produce a nice effort here on Wednesday night. Didn't win, but did land, I think, in the Superfecta from a difficult post. So, listen, I think Woodmere Row Lily is the main danger, and this should be all about the 2 Moreau mares in here. And, this one gets a slight post advantage over the other one, but I other direction with my top selection, something royal, especially if they're the same price at 2-1.
Well, we both have 6 and 3 as the top 2, and they're both at 2-1. But then we flipped the next 2. You went one Land of Paradise, and I certainly understand Land of Paradise raced really well here 2 races ago, beaten a neck. That was a solid outing, and comes back just 7 days later off the last one, a 5th. But to get inside post position, Land of Paradise can land on the top 3.
Yeah, I would think so, especially, pole position and, races well from those inside posts. We saw their 3 consecutive starts, hitting the board when having, post 3 or post 1. Land of Paradise, at 3-1, I think as a win ticket, that'd be too short of a price for me, but definitely a likely one to land on the trifecta.
If there's a horse that comes in here and races better than the odds and steps up and wins the race, then you're probably looking at 2 Big Diamond, because Big Diamond has gone some big efforts in the past. The last one from Post 8, yeah, I took my pen and just stroked it right off, and then I looked at all that fine form. Big Diamond, don't fall asleep on Big Diamond. She could be a really big factor. Just might even give us a better price winner.
Yeah, 6-1 on the board is probably an overlay on Big Diamond for sure. You got, the best post she's had in a long time. Even the efforts where you look there, you see that she's been racing really well there from post 4 or from the trailing post. And, last time, like you said, crossed her right off the page, 5-1 now. I still think Big Diamond is probably an overlay at that price. And, very likely that, she gets spotted well and should be able to get a piece of it somewhere, maybe on the trifecta or superfecta. But, if you said, hey, Big Diamond ends up winning this race, I wouldn't be completely shocked. But, I do like the price of 5-2, though, Gary, on our top selection right now.
There's number 4, Century Gianna, and I was very worried about not taking a horse sent up by Mike Timpano in the top 4, and I could live to regret it. Century Gianna and Scotty Coulter is one that has at least flashed some nice little ability, but the barn is really sharp.
Yeah, definitely. She had a win in the Open $8,500 claimer here, and she had broken equipment as well in that effort, from the pole position, and was an easy winner on that occasion. Certainly not at a place in here, 5-1 on the board. I'd say that's a little bit short for me, though.
The 7th race, right now we have Something Royal sitting at 3-1, and we both love that. Rob, as the field of 7 taking up their positions. Land of Paradise and Big Diamond on the inside. In the center, Woodmere Row Lily, Century Gianna, coming your way to the outside. Something Royal and Transcendence. Field of 7. Race number 7 on a Friday night at the river as they're moving in behind the gates. It is post time for the 7th. Here they come. The 7th race, fillies and mares, nearing the start. And they're off, and it is Land of Paradise, Big Diamond, Woodmere Row Lily, then Century Gianna, Something Royal, coming your way in Transcendence, but they work in around the turn, and it is Land of Paradise who's landed on the lead, and Big Diamond now is still working on the outside, but now taking back and is looking to slide into the pocket of the back of Land of Paradises. They race on to the opening quarter. Woodmere Row Lily is rolling 3rd in front of Century Gianna. Something Royal is relaxed away 5th, and then coming your way in Transcendence is trailing the field. They race on past the opening quarter. Land of Paradise, and Travis Henry's got the lead. Big Diamond enjoys the view in the pocket. Woodmere Roll Lily is racing third. Off a 28-1 opening quarter, the field will roll off the turn coming towards us. Century John is fourth, and now here comes Something Royal moving up on the outside, and we'll have cover as Woodmere Roll Lily is rolling first up and challenging Land of Paradise, and then Big Diamond is third. Something Royal's racing fourth, and then Century Gianna coming your way. Transcendence. Halftime was 58-4. Land of Paradise is dueling with Woodmere Roll Lily as they race on into the backstretch. Woodmere Roll Lily, Land of Paradise, they stride close together now. It's just a lead of ahead for Land of Paradise, and on the outside, getting closer with every stride is Something Royal on the back of Woodmere Roll Lily, who leads it by a nose. Big Diamond is fourth to the inside. Then it is coming your way. Century Gianna and Transcendence, but Land of Paradise has still got a slim lead. They hustle by three-quarters in 127. Land of Paradise. Woodmere Roll Lily is trying to grind down Land of Paradise. And now there goes three wide, Something Royal. And Big Diamond on the inside, and then coming your way. And then it is Century Gianna Transcendence. Three wide. Here comes Something Royal. 127 and three-quarter time. And Something Royal on down the lane. Land of Paradise. Something Royal. Something Royal has come on by to win. Land of Paradise was game to finish second. Then finishing third was Woodmere Roll Lily. And then it was coming your way. 156 and 3. Something Royal, and Brett McDonald went off, dropped down to 4 to 5 just before post time, and lived up to the 4 to 5 billing.
Oh, definitely. I'll be honest, Gary, getting away fifth there, and I was never really worried, to be honest. Even though they went to the half in 58-4, he ended up getting second over cover. Brett got second over cover behind Austin Sorey, and this one stablemate. And you could see that he had horse, and when he flipped off cover there, it was just going to force to the lead and get past for the victory. I liked what he did, though, leaving out, because if you notice off the gate, everybody left. Every horse tried to go forward, and Brett just had to beat one off the gate. That was the key, because you don't want to be too far back and end up third over, and he did beat one off the gate to get himself in a spot where he could be second over, and that was probably the key to winning the race. And went down to 4 to 5, but I'll be honest, I thought this horse might even go off at a lower price than that, because she was so impressive last time, and she emerges victorious once again.
One of the things we've seen with Brett McDonald is he has the patience to let the race unfold the way it is working out and not panic, just trust that he's got the horse, and he does a really beautiful job.
Yeah, definitely. The first over horse is also a Moro horse, so I think he had confidence that one was going to keep grinding. And Austin Sorey keeps him alive first over, so that's why I really like the fact that he waited to flip three wide, and it might have been also the key to victory. But Land of Paradise, we talked about that one, and nice effort from Land of Paradise to battle a long way there and still hang on to the place spot.
At 7-2 on to the exactor ticket. 6-1-3-5. Back in front of us is number 6, Something Royal, a 6-year-old Western Paradise Bay mare, owned by Don Beeland and Cheryl Morrow. Richard Morrow's the trainer. Brett McDonald the winning drive. It's the fourth win this year at 9th Lifetime. Something Royal, 156 and 3. Fans note in the 8th race, a claim entered for Cal Hanover. Race 8, claim entered for Cal Hanover. The 7th race, payouts number 6, Something Royal. $390, $270, $271. Land Paradise, $310, $260. Woodmere Roll Lily, $3, $2 exactor, $9.50. The dollar try, $24.45. The dollar super, $94.60. The seventh race order finished in the top 253-7416. That's 253-7416.
All right, we've had a good start to the night, folks. Now it's time for race number 8, though. It's the start of the late pick four, so start mapping out your winning wagers for that one for as low as 20 cents. And we've got horses and geldings on the pace for a claiming price of $7,000. So I was bumping the price up on these horses. $7,000 here in race number 8 on the pace. And well, I really like a horse in this race, folks. I'm on number 3, Mocked Up, because 2 starts back was a very strong winner. Moved first over, cleared to the lead, and won as he pleased by a length and a quarter, 57-4 on that occasion. And then last time, the trailing post got spun out to a real horrible trip. Ended up, overland after getting away 8th and closed to finish 6th. But his race was over pretty much right after the start. Too far out of it. Now post 3, back to the same post he won from 2 back. And I just think that Mocked Up looks like one that should be really live in here. 9-2 on the board. That's a price I'll certainly take on this one with pleasure, because 2 starts back, he was much the best, and I think he might go back to that designation tonight. Well, I'll be on him on a win ticket, and anything over 3-1, that's for sure. And for second, number 1, Jet Set Charmer. Well, rail control for this one. 2 starts back, had this spot. Led early on, ended up finishing second to who mocked up number 3, my top selection. So that's a form reference there for mocked up and this one. Last time post 8, crossed it off the page, ended up overland for a bit of the trip before finishing 5th, beating 3 lengths. Jet Set Charmer is one that needs to, I think, draw inside to have a chance in here. He's got that tonight, and he's got early speed, so I like him underneath. In the second spot, number 4, Cal Hanover. Demers and McKenzie, never want to ignore those connections. I was on this one last time. He did get a tough trip first over, but he didn't really have that fire that he's had in the past, and he ended up finishing 4th, and was a winner at this level 4 starts ago by a nose, and it was one that always seems to get a piece of it. But I don't know. I thought the last effort might be one that he might not be what he was a few starts ago. So I pegged Cal Hanover for 3rd right now, 4-1. I expected him to get a little more play, actually, than that. And then in for the 4th spot, number 5, Key Topic for Gary Kingshot and the red-hot Tyler Moore, who's got 3 wins and a second so far on this card. Key Topic is one that I think can land somewhere underneath at a big price. 16-1 on the board right now. I don't think this one's a win candidate, but I will be using this one in the trifecta and superfecta wagers. But number 3 mocked up right now, 7-1 on the board. I think last time you just crossed that line right off the page, and you'd say, wow, you got to bet this one right back at the same post. In a dominant winner last time. The effort was still good last time. He just got spun into the race. He didn't really have much of a chance. So I'm happy to be with mocked up in here at 7-1, and I'll take him at any price. I'll say 3-1. Or above. But we'll come back and talk about race number 8 a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 8th on Parade 1, Jet Set Charmer, Brent McDonough for Vern Cochran. Number 2, Shifting Views, Austin Sorry for Sheldon Rose, and Do We Win 'Em and How? And number 3 is mocked up, Ryan DeRoche for Albert Smith and Seymour Hill. 4 is Cal Hanover, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and J.R. Merrois. 5 is Key Topic, Tyler Moore for Gary Kingshot and Cassandra Watson. Number 6, Bunkhouse Brawl, Natasha Day for Gerald Weir. Number 7, Westridge Warrior, Anthony Hunt for Paul Davies and Nicole Davies. And number 8, Jackson Killeen. It is Scott Culver, Christina Soundy. Field of 8 for race number 8, the start of the late pick 4. Note the claim at number 4, Cal Hanover. Austin Surrey drives to Shifting Views. And let's shift our attention to Rob's top one here, number 3, mocked up. Well, one good race in the past 3 starts, but that one was really good here, July the 23rd. The other couple marred by posts and trips, but you're really banking on that 1-2 race to go, being a harbinger of what you're going to see here. A couple of wins on the year. Mocked up is going to offer you a price, I believe, and I think the price will hold 6-1.
A little bit surprised right now, I'll be honest, Gary, because you know what? 6-1, I get it, but horse looks fantastic on the track. And if you go back and look at this horse's lines, first off the claim, 3 starts back, post 7 at Clinton, throw it out. Last time, trailing post, gets away 8, beaten 13, throw it out. The only line you're left with is a dominant win in this class. And if he comes back to that effort, I don't see anybody, testing him today. 6-1 to me is a wild price on mocked up. Now 5-1. I thought this horse would take a ton of support, and I'm firmly in his corner.
Well, we've had similar opinions for much of the evening. We have a different opinion here. That's your pick, and you're going to, I think, get a price, but you're driving it down now to 9-2. Number 1, Jet Set Charmer, 2-1 on the board. I have a serious regard for this one in here with the post position and a couple of good races before that last one, and that was post 8, and actually was pretty credible there, too, beating only 3. Jet Set Charmer. We've talked about Brett McDonald here this evening. Jet Set Charmer 9-5 is getting a lot of love.
Yeah, and from the pole position and early speed, and we've seen speed carry over this track, so I get it, 8-5. But I mean, we might end up saying we've seen this movie before. 2 starts back, pole position, had the lead, and for lack of a better word, got blown off the track by mocked up from the same pole position that he has tonight. So again, I can't understand 9-5 on Jet Set Charmer versus 9-2 on mocked up. For me, if you're looking at those 2 horses and you say, okay, I get those 2 prices, you've got to go with the higher price of the 2. And right now, that's what's mocked up at now 4-1.
Well, we have a difference of opinion here. And look, number 4, Cal Hanover. I do understand what you said. I thought that final quarter last race, it was a tough trip, but he did give it up more easily. But I'm back on his train here with the claim in as well. Cal Hanover, I thought, showed us enough in the 3 previous starts that I was going to give him a 1 off there and just come right back to Cal Hanover here. Paul McKenzie, Gerard Demers. I love Gerard Demers' barn. Cal Hanover, I'm back with him, 3-1. I'm taking a stand that I expect a big bounce-back effort from Cal Hanover at 3-1. That's my top one and your third choice.
Yeah, Gary, I'm a big fan of Cal Hanover in the barn. It's just that I thought last time I would say it's actually probably out of the last maybe 4 or 5 efforts this horse has gone, I thought it was actually the worst of those ones. Even though he did get stuck first over a long way, I didn't like the way he kind of just gave it up in the late stages. But he could rebound. The barn certainly has had horses rebound in a big way, and Cal Hanover is a classy horse that fits well against this group for sure. I just thought I pegged him for third still. I just think that the top 2 selections kind of stand out based on the way they raced in here last time.
Number 5, Key Topic, is right now 22-1. You're going to have to sell me.
Well, Tyler Moore is the start of it. The guy's got the hot hand, doesn't he? 3 wins and a second so far tonight. Also, like what I've seen from some horses from Gary Kingshot's barn, we've seen Transcendence, race better, and a couple other ones that have hit the board at long prices. Again, looking for one that might add some value. 4 start off the layoff as well. I know the form's not there. 24-1 though, might be able to spice up the exotics.
The one I would sell you on towards the bottom of the ticket is 7, Westridge Warrior, a veteran gray. It's been closing really well, and last race beaten a length and a half to Barossa Blue Jeans, 57-2 mile. I thought Westridge Warrior is one you could use somewhere on the top 4. We'll see if that's the way it plays out. 18-1.
Yeah, it was in tight quarters last time, too. Actually, I kind of just jogged my memory now, Gary, that this horse was in tight quarters last time. Post 7, though, difficult spots to come from tonight. Definitely one to watch.
It's a field of 8 for race number 8. Your top pick 3 mocked up is currently at 9-5 now, getting a lot of love. And I have 4 Cal Hanover hoping to bounce back 7-2. Jet Set Charmer on the inside with shifting views and mocked up in the center. Cal Hanover, Key Topic to the outside. Bunkhouse Brawl, Westridge Warrior, and Jackson Colleen. It's a field of 8, and it's race number 8. Here they come. Field for the 8th race is at the start of the off, and Cal Hanover's going to sprint hard with Jet Set Charmer. Cal Hanover muscles out hard. Jet Set Charmer, though, using that post 1 advantage on the inside. And then Jackson Colleen left well as they work their way into the backstretch. Jet Set Charmer. Cal Hanover's going to slide back now and find the pocket on the back of Jet Set Charmer. Jackson Colleen 3rd. Key Topics racing 4th, and then Shifting Views. And Mocked Up is back in 6th, and then Bunkhouse Brawl and Westridge Westridge Warrior. Jet Set Charmer leads as they race on to the opening quarter. Cal Hanover is right there graciously racing along in the pocket. 28-1's the opening quarter. And Jackson Killeen is third. And now there goes Keith Topic, who's going to move first over. Shifting Views follows to the outside. Bunkhouse Brawl on the pylons. And then it is back further to Mocked Up. And then Westridge Warriors trailing the field. Jet Set Charmer's got the lead. And that is Keith Topic grinding on the outside. Cal Hanover is right there on the back of Jet Set Charmer. Halftime recorded in 58-2, a 30-1 second panel breather. And then Jackson Killeen's on the inside, racing position to fourth. And then to the outside, and that is Shifting Views and Austin Sorey, who's moving up a little closer and now is going to take a roll out wide. They race on down the backstretch off that 58-2 halftime. Jet Set Charmer. Keith Topic is advancing, and then Shifting Views and down to the inside Cal Hanover. And then as they hustle on to three quarters, now Jackson Killeen has moved out. Westridge Warrior and Bunkhouse Brawl. They're stacked up four wide. Mocked Up has come from well back. Now it is four deep. Down to the inside, Jet Set Charmer. Shifting Views and Keith Topic. And that is Cal Hanover and Paul McKenzie looking for the passing lane. Jet Set Charmer. Jet Set Charmer and Keith Topic. Cal Hanover looking to dart down to the inside. Jet Set Charmer. Cal Hanover up the inside. Jet Set Charmer. Cal Hanover. They're going to duel to the finish. Jet Set Charmer held on. Then flying up the inside was Cal Hanover. Three across the track for third between the Westridge Warrior and Mocked Up and Shifting Views. But it's Jet Set Charmer in 158-3. A very interesting dash. Jet Set Charmer was able to make the early pace and then make it home, holding off up the inside Cal Hanover.
Yeah, interesting is certainly one way to put it. You know, I was not expecting Mocked Up to have to roll four wide around the final turn, Gary, and I mean that's not really it's not conducive to success here at Grand River Raceway. But I mean, it was just a spot he ended up in, right? I mean, he ended up getting away sixth off the gate, and then he ended up third over. And you know, when the horse first over kind of keeps on going, and you get all that action, you end up spun into the parking lot. So Mocked Up's one I'll definitely be on again next time, but. You know, your two selections, I believe, Jet Set Charmer did well to keep on rolling on the front end there after encountering quite a bit of pressure throughout the mile, and then Cal Hanover came with the pass lane to be second.
I'll be honest with you, around the final turn towards the top of the stretch, I thought I was going to be a winner. And nothing wrong with Cal Hanover's effort. Nice trip also by Paul McKenzie to have the patience while all that was going on.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and we've seen Paul McKenzie end up in that spot many times. He drove the horse really hard off the gate to, you know, get that position and secure it early on. There was no tomorrow for the current connections of Cal Hanover, that's for sure. And look at that, though. Gary Guy, you know, you certainly put on a clinic in that race. You mentioned Westridge Warrior at a price, too, and ended up finishing third at 24-1.
I thought that was the right one at the price from the outside to try to get onto your ticket, and was able to close really well. Of course, the race laid it out for him to close and get around ones that were maybe better but spent more effort. Westridge Warrior 24-1, and Shifting Views and Austin Sorey at 4-1. But one Jet Set Charmer, the inside, the speed held all the way, and Brett McDonald on one Jet Set Charmer. 9-year-old Jeremy's Jet Brown gelding, owned and trained by Vern Cochran's the second win this year. 17th lifetime Jet Set Charmer. 158-3. The driving double for smiling Brett McDonald. The eighth race of payouts, one Jet Set Charmer, 653, 2260 for Cal Hanover, 380, 297, Westridge Warrior, $330, $2 exactor. $13.70. Dollar Tribe, $91.15. Dollar Super, $324.55. The eighth race, silver finish from the top, 145-26738. That's 145-26738. And the claim of Cal Hanover, the new trainer, John Holding.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for race number 9. We're going back to the trot, and this is now winners of 2,500 last 3. And well, I went to the horse on the rail here, number 1, Wings Up. And, I like this one quite a bit. 7-2 on the board right now. Last time made a miscue at Mohawk Park in that effort. Start before that, post 9 at Sarnia. Across that one right off the page. And if you go back to the one below that, July 5th, right here at Grand River, and now winners of 1,500 last 3, which is the class below this one. He was a pretty easy winner. And I like the way he was handled on that occasion by Brett McDonald, hoping for something similar tonight for number 1, Wings Up. It was a vet scratch sick on July the 11th. in between that win and his last two. And I just think that getting back here at Grand River might be what the doctor ordered for number one. Wings Up right now, 4-1 on the board. I can't imagine that price will hold, though, come post time. In for second, number 5, Muscles of Plenty. Right now, taking action at 5-2. Thought the price of 10-1 in the morning line was probably a little too ambitious on this one. If you go back, last time made a break, obviously, in the upper condition class here. Did try her luck over at Mohawk Park. It didn't work out. But the races in non-winners at 50,000 life were pretty good. And that's against Lost Valley Keel Amigo, who, even though this is a upper or a mid condition class here at Grand River, I'd be betting Lost Valley Keel Amigo at any price than against this group, that's for sure. So Muscles of Plenty is one that might be able to rebound with a much better effort. And, right now, 5-2 on the board, not a bad price on that one. And then I went to number 2, Fluff Me Up. Inside post does boast speed. 9-5 on the board right now, probably too short of a price on a win ticket. And number 3, Sheena Soldier, who might be able to come up with a better effort now with post 3 after having post 7 last time. But I see that the horses are moving out onto the track, so we'll wait and talk about this race a little more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the ninth on parade. 1, Wings Up. Brad McDonough, Todd Ratchford, and Cleveland Walters. Number 2, Fluff Me Up. Scott Culver, Scott West. Number 3 is Sheena Soldier. Paul McKenzie for Tim Cherwaco and Gary Green. 4 is Ocean View Deb. It's Tyler Moore for Gary McDonald, Robert Smallwood, and Cyril Harvey. 5 is Muscles of Plenty. Jay Harris for Joe Shaw, Patricia Gibb. And number 6, You Can't Have It. Jason Ron for Ron Waples Jr. and Dr. Sheila Atmore. It's a field of 6 for the 9th race. And, Rob, another race with a difference of opinion on top. Not a big difference, but you have the one Wings Up, and I understand it. In fact, Brent McDonald enjoyed post 1 so much in race 8 that maybe he can come right back here in race 9 and have some more fun from post 1. This one definitely had some fun here July the 5th. Fun's been short supply since then, so comes back to Grand River. The one thing that I held against him just a little bit was just that one top 3 finish in the 9 starts this year. But I do see a possibility for a win here. 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1 is a pretty good price on Wings Up right now. The effort, the winning effort here was a dominant one, and ended up beating Dominum Dio and some other nice ones in there, even though it was one of the lower condition races here at Grand River. And this is a tougher spot, but pole position, and I don't know, I just think that, he's got to have a big chance in here. 9-2 on the board, I think, is an overlay for sure.
Number 5, Muscles of Plenty, is one that hasn't raced since the 21st of July and made a break at last time out here. But that was the only break you see on the dance card, and certainly had a rough outing July the 9th at Mohawk. But if you go before that, this one was racing really, really well. Also raced well at Pompano back in April. Has some nice numbers this year. Muscles of Plenty, definitely one that I think will be counted on somewhere in this mile.
Yeah, I think so too. And, I saw the 10-1 in the morning line and said, well, if you ever get that price on this one, you could probably fire away just for a flyer. But 3-1 on the board, that price makes probably more sense. And if you go back to those lines against Lost Valley Keel Amigo, we're all solid efforts, and I think we would both have that horse on top with the bullet in this race, that's for sure. Picks up Jay Harris in the bike tonight, and this horse can generate big speed early and look pretty sharp on the track. So, 3-1 is probably about the right price on this one, and I would not be shocked if we see a much better effort from her tonight.
I don't like the price on number 2, Fluff Me Up, at 5-2, but I do respect that he's one that has got a lot of back class. He hasn't raced since the 5th of July. That's one thing I kind of held against him, but he should like getting away from Mohawk.
Definitely, and an inside post with early speed, usually a recipe for success here at Grand River Raceway. And this horse in the past for Scott West has produced some pretty nice victories at Mohawk Park and the claiming ranks, and hasn't done so in recent efforts, that's for sure, but has picked up a couple shares here and there against some decent horses like Arrakis and On the Sly. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fluff Me Up comes up with a big effort in here, and should like the competition that he faces tonight. 3-1 on the board, I think, is probably the right price.
Number 3, Sheena Soldier, is getting a lot of love. Look, it was really good last year as a 3-year-old. Did some nice racing and earning last year. This is only the 5th start of the year. The last race here, outside post. I think you can do like what you said, just stroke it right off and look to that 1-2 races ago. But I don't like 5-2. I didn't expect him to be the favorite.
Yeah, 5-2, now 8-5, Gary. Wow. Even a shorter price. And, I thought the effort 2 back was a real good one. Finished third to Gold Edition and Timel Houdini, who came back to win his next effort. I think you're right. You cross out the last effort, even the effort 3 back as well, from difficult post positions. The price right now is certainly deterring me from liking this one, but I do think that Sheena's Soldier merits respect in here.
Number 4, Ocean View Debs made the top 3 in 7 out of 9 on the year. 2 races ago, just tough post, and it didn't lay out well for her, but she raced better last time out. Maybe she can be a factor. You get 4-1. That might be a touch low, but I don't mind the chances of Ocean View Deb.
I think she's got a chance. A little bit disappointed last time finishing third, but that was against a decent group, right? Bastiano and Captain Krupnik, so might have a better result here tonight.
It's a field of 6 for the 9th race. Trotters are taking out positions. Wings Up and Fluff Me Up on the inside. In the center is Sheena Soldier and Ocean View Dab, and to the outside, Muscles Aplenty, and You Can't Have It. It's a field of 6 for the 9th race. Here they come. Field for the 9th race is at the start of the rough. Fluff Me Up. Muscles Aplenty is going to muscle out. Sheena Soldier is marching early. Then Ocean View Dab and You Can't Have It. Down to the inside as Wings Up. They race their way on into the backstretch. And right now, Fluff Me Up has the lead. Fluff Me Up. Sheena Soldier. Muscles Aplenty is third in the early going. Then it is Ocean View Dab in front of Wings Up, who got away 5th. And then You Can't Have It is trailing the field. Fluff Me Up at 3-1 for Scotty Calder leads in. Sheena Soldier is marching in the pocket, and racing third, Muscles Aplenty, is just 3 lengths off the lead. 28-1, they trotted the opening quarter. Ocean View Dab is 4th, and then Wings Up, and back to You Can't Have It 6 in a line around the turn off that 28-1 opening quarter, and it is Fluff Me Up, who leads still as they race on towards the half. Sheena Soldier right there in the pocket, and Muscles Aplenty is racing third, and is considering a move to the outside, but now moving on the outside comes Wings Up. Wings Up is coming first up. Muscles Aplenty on the inside. You Can't Have It. And then Ocean View Dab, but they race their way on down the backstretch. And it is Fluff Me Up who's got the lead. Wings Up on the outside now. And then Sheena Soldier and Muscles Aplenty is racing 4th. And then to the outside, You Can't Have It. And Ocean View Dab, but Wings Up is now come on to take the lead. Wings Up, 59 seconds was the half. They marched to 3/4, and Wings Up now leads it by about a length. And on the inside, Fluff Me Up. Sheena Soldier got the trip and has popped to the outside now. It is Wings Up. Sheena Soldier off stride. Fluff Me Up, and then Muscles Aplenty third, but it is Wings Up as the field turns for home. On down the stretch drive they come. Wings Up. The landing gear is down on Wings Up and is cruising to the finish, and it's a win of about 5 or 6. Then for second is between Fluff Me Up and Muscles Aplenty. A mile of 1:59. Wings Up, Rob, got away 5th as Brett McDonald, despite post 1, was willing to just kind of relax early. But no relaxing when he said go with Wings Up.
Yeah, I think you just carefully handled off the gate, made a break off the gate last time at Mohawk Park, so it was by design. And what I liked what he did there, too, is he accelerated into the turn to at least beat one horse into that the opening turn. And, after that, I think he just kind of showed, his this class, and what he showed us really 3 starts back here at Grand River when he won from a first over position and drew off on them. Very similar effort here tonight. And I'll be honest, I didn't speak too emphatically about it, Gary, because my confidence was shook after the last race. I'll tell you that. But Wings Up, that's an overlay. I'm sorry, but that's a big time overlay on this one.
Yeah, nice little price of 5-2 on the board as 3 Sheena Soldier took the money and was making a bit of a move, but then made that break approaching the top of the stretch.
Yeah, I think Sheena Soldier was still racing for second, to be honest. I know she was moving to the outside, and look like she was moving forward, but I think she actually broke stride trying to keep up with this one, who was kind of drawing, clear to the lead at that point. Still, I think she would have got a piece of it, or he would have got a piece of it, sorry. But, 5-2 is a nice price on this one. Fluff Me Up runs second at 3-1, and Muscle Plenty, another one that we, kind of were mentioning, ended up finishing third at 6-1. Ended up going off at a pretty nice price.
I didn't think Muscles of Plenty really showed me near as much as I thought, and I was surprised actually that he got close to 2 Fluff Me Up, but Fluff Me Up did all the work early.
Yeah, definitely. And Fluff Me Up is one that I think, if we see him back in this class, he'll be a force to be reckoned with going forward.
Back in front of us is number 1, Wings Up, a 6-year-old Swan for All bay gelding, owned by Cleveland Walters, trained by Todd Ratchford. The driving hat trick on the evening for Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald, 3 wins on the night, 3 in a row. Something Royal, Jet Set Charmer, and now Wings Up, 159 flat, second win this year, 10th lifetime, mile of 159 for Wings Up. Ninth race payouts, 1 Wings Up, $7 for 23.32. Fluff Me Up, $473.45. Muscles of Plenty, $3.80. $2 Exactor, $49.30. Dollar Try, $83.40. Super, $480.35. Ninth race order finish from the top. 1, 2, 6, 5, 3, 4. That's 1, 2, 6, 5, 3, 4.
All right, folks. Well, time flies when you're having fun. It's already race 10. You know what time that is? Time for the late double here at Grand River Raceway. Your last chance to play a multi-leg wager. And in here, well, it's now winners of 5,000 lifetime for horse and geldings on the pace. And I'm going to number 1, Written in Stone, and I was hoping for a price. But right now, I guess no secret on Written in Stone. 8-5 on the board. Source is trained by Brenda Duncan, and Scott Coulter gets the drive tonight. And, last time I watched the replays, and, the first 3 starts of this horse's career are certainly a little bit underwhelming, we'll say. But then last time there was some movement late in that mile in the back half of 58 seconds, last quarter 29 seconds, and, was moving pretty nicely in the stretch to finish 4th. Now gets the pole position, and you get Scott Coulter in the bike. So I think Written in Stone is one that you've got to give a long look to in here. And I don't know, I think we might see a real big effort from this 3-year-old son of sports writer. 8-5, now 9-2. So that price is creeping up. And I was hoping for a price on this one. Maybe we'll still get it, but opened off at 3-5 on the board. And that was not me, folks. In for second, number 2, Reggie's Game, shipping in from the East Coast, racing at Truro, and the last time raced in the Atlantic Sire Stakes race in the B division, and the race went in pretty crazy time of 1:55.1. This gelding paced in 1:55.4 over that surface, and I think Reggie's Game is one that you certainly have to consider in here, making his first start, out here in Ontario, and one that might be able to take that speed and bring it over here to Grand River Raceway. And for the third spot, it was number 5, Delightful Magic. This horse was a winner at this level last time and has been no worse than second in his last 3. So, pretty hard to knock this one. And I think right now 7-1 is a wild price on this one as well. I think that has to come down, the closer we get to post time for sure, because Delightful Magic is one that warrants respect to be one of the favorites in here. And then number 6, Bettor's Authority. Bettor's Authority has had difficult posts, and, post 10, 3 starts back at Mohawk Park, post 8 here at Grand River 2 back, and then post 7, and ended up still finishing second to Delightful Magic in that effort. It was weaving through late with pace. Post 6 today isn't that much better, but 19-1 on the board is a juicy price on Bettor's Authority. I think that that gelding deserves a little more respect than that, and you can't go wrong right now at 21-1 if you want to just take a flyer on one in here on number 6, Bettor's Authority. But I'm going to stick with my top pick, number 1, Written in Stone. We might see something much better from this one tonight. 5-1 on the board right now, and the horses are coming out onto the track. But we'll come back and discuss this stash further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 10th on parade. 1, Written in Stone, Scotty Coulter for Brenda Duncan, and Judy Campbell. Number 2, Reggie's Game, Brett Madonna for Ron McDonald and Donna Wilson. Number 3 is Brightside Melvin, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fried. Number 4, Joey Delicious, Jay Harris for Ricky Montgomery and J.J. Stables. And 5, Delightful Magic, Austin Surrey for Chrislyn Nother. Number 6, Better is Authority, Mark McKinnon. It drives and trains Robert Hamather. Number 7, There's the Boy, Nick Boyd for Claude Lemessier and Scott Dubuque. 8 is Dude Perfect, Drew Neal for Craig Yates and Jordan McKay. And 9 is Sundown, Childbirth for John Pentland and Ron and Cindy Molyneux and Ed Miller. Field of 9, race 10, starts the late daily double. And Rob, well, we have a different top one in this race, and I need this one for the tie because the last race we have the very same top 2. Written in Stone, your top one, 6-1 on the board. Now, you mentioned that last race was a bit better, but still, Written in Stone, I was reluctant to take this one all the way on top. I do expect with Scotty Coulter driving an improvement. You're taking a little bit of a leap, but you get a price.
Yeah, it's a leap I'm willing to take. You know, Gary, there's a horse I'm going to mention to you right now, and that's a horse by the name of I'm Diabolical. And we saw when Travis Cullen jumped aboard that one, really caught fire and did well for the Brenda Duncan barn. And I think we might see something similar here with Written in Stone. Looks fantastic on the track right now. And you get Scott Coulter aboard 6-1. Listen, I think that if this one gets handled aggressively, we might see a real big effort from this 3-year-old colt. And I liked what I saw last time. I just wanted to see some movement late in the mile. I saw that. 6-1 on the board's a nice price.
There's one that, I expected Reggie's Game to be handled aggressively off the gate, and he looks like he wants to start right now. Reggie's Game, that last race, 55-4, I didn't know what to make of that because everything else is at 2 minutes plus, but Reggie's Game had to pick up his feet and put them down at that speed. We'll see what he's got to offer here. It is the first start for Ron McDonald, so there's some definite positives, and Brett McDonald looking for a 4th on the night.
Yeah, nice post to work from, too. I'm with you, Gary. I get a little bit leery, though, of efforts like that. Right now, he's acting up right now over by the paddock, but I get leery of efforts like that. You see 55-4, last time, and that just jumps off the page, right? So I typically get a little bit concerned and don't really put a big onus on that. I'll go back to the start before that when he won by a neck in 2 minutes and 2 and think that he's got a chance in here. I pegged him for second, mostly because of the posts and the connections, but I certainly would be okay looking for value elsewhere.
Well, I love him getting 4-5 because then my top one, 5, Delightful Magic, and your third choice is sitting at a rather juicy 7-1 on the board, and this one's been really good each of the last 3 races, including scoring a win. And, Austin Surrey drove that Delightful Magic, Austin Surrey drives here now. Brett McDonald drove him a bunch of starts. We'll see what Austin has, but Austin's a very capable driver. He's shown us a lot this meet.
Oh, definitely. I like the way he's driving, and he especially makes horses feel good. He drives them with confidence, right? And keeps the lines tight. And last time, did this with this one here. He ended up overland most of the trip, and then drew clear to win quite handily. And I'll be honest, 7-1 on the board is a bit of a wild price on this one, considering he just won in this class on July the 23rd and has been no worse than second in his last 3. So 6-1, I can't fault you at all for going in the direction of Delightful Magic.
Number 6, Better's Authority. I couldn't fault anyone taking this one a fly at 19-1 because only beating a length of Delightful Magic last time in one spot on the gate. Better's Authority, not getting any love at all.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought just getting a slightly better post, we might see a little bit of action go in this direction. Not happening at all. The effort last time was a good one, really. Ended up weaving in and out in the late stages of the mile and ended up finishing second and now gets a better post this time around 18-1. I'll be honest, the price is crazy to me, and I wouldn't fault anyone for betting a win ticket on Better's Authority because at that price, it's one you can just take a shot on and throw it away if it doesn't work out.
And I want to give you a handicapping tip. If you like the 1, you got to like the 9. 9 Sundown. Well, what did he do wrong last time out? And now he's got the trailer post behind your 1, 7-2.
Yeah, it's true. I knew I'd hear that one. I'm very high on Written in Stone here from the rails, so I should have Sundown somewhere, shouldn't I? I don't. But yes, and I'll take my lumps, Gary guy.
4-1 on Sundown. We'll see if Gordon Lightfoot is singing after this race, singing Sundown. It's written in stone in Reggie's Game and Brightside Melvin on the inside. Joey's Delicious and Delightful Magic in the center. To the outside, Better's Authority. There's the boy and Dude Perfect. And the second tier, Sundown. Field of 9, race number 10. Here they come. Field for the 10th race. There at the start of the rough. Reggie's Game is going to leave, and Joey Delicious. Better's Authority. There's the boy to the outside, but right now Reggie's Game is game early. Brightside Melvin is racing second. Written in stone along to the inside. Joey Delicious, and then Sundown is racing fifth, and then Better's Authority. Delightful Magic is seventh. Then there's the boy and Dude Perfect. They race on to the opening quarter, and Reggie's Game. Reggie's Game is going to circle past first base, and Reggie's Game to the quarter in 28-2. Brightside Melvin is racing second. Written in stone is racing third as they work on around the turn, and then it is Joey Delicious who's munching out fourth right now as they race their way off the turn off that 28-2 opening quarter. Now swinging to the outside as the field comes off the turn and rolls on towards us. Here comes Sundown and is being followed by Delightful Magic, who's moving up on the back of Sundown. Then on the inside, Better's Authority. Then it's back to there's the boy and Dude Perfect. 58-4 the halftime, and with the lead it is still Reggie's Game. Brightside Melvin's getting the trip. Sundown on the outside is working up first over. Sundown and then Written in Stone, and Delightful Magic is on the back of Sundown. And now it's come on to take up for fourth. Written in Stone is on the inside fifth. Better's Authority is moving later than Joey Delicious. It is Reggie's Game, but Sundown to the outside. On the inside, Brightside Melvin. Then Delightful Magic and Written in Stone. 3/4, 1:28-2. Reggie's Game is dead game right now. Brightside Melvin off the trip has moved up. And then it is Sundown, and Delightful Magic rolled three wide, and Sundown had some problems there as they race for home. But right now it is Reggie's Game. Reggie's Game is dead game, and Brett McDonald wins his fourth in a row. Brightside Melvin will finish second. Then it was Delightful Magic and Better's Authority. Reggie's Game 157-4 proved that the speed of that last race is no fluke, because Reggie's Game was dead game here in 157-4.
Oh, definitely. The easiest kind of winner, really. Looks like a smallish type horse, that's for sure. Built for the half-mile surfaces. And, yeah, he put this one to bed early, 30-2 second quarter. And, just, under some urging from Brett McDonald to the wire here. And there was a little bit of a push at a big price by Brightside Melvin to the wire. But still, Reggie's Game, deserved the victory in here and got it.
Yeah, Brightside Melvin's second start of the year, and that first race didn't do anything, but the second one was really good. Although, if you look at that last race, closed in 28-2 final quarter, so maybe tipped the hand that better might happen. But I'll tell you, it would have been tough against these. But 50-1, one to keep an eye on for next time out.
Yeah, and Jean-Bernard Renault, was driving well here on Wednesday, that's for sure. Ended up with 2 victories, so you could have also rode the hot hand there, finishing second here at 50-1. Delightful Magic, another one we spoke about, 5-2. Your top selection, Gary, raced well to be third, and Better's Authority, still getting no respect at 19-1. Good enough for fourth tonight, the bottom end of the superfecta.
Number 2, Reggie's Game, proved to us that he is game. And 4 in a row for Brett McDonald. He takes races 7, 8, 9, and 10. And Reggie's Game at 2-1. Back in front of us, there is number 2, Reggie's Game, a 3-year-old Steelhead Hanover bay gelding, owned by Donna Wilson, trained by Ron McDonald. Brett McDonald with his 4th driving win in a row. It was the Tyler Moore show here early, but late it's all Brett McDonald, 4 in a row, taking races 7, 8, 9, and 10. The bright smile of Brent McDonald, fourth time this evening in front of the photographer. Reggie's game, it is a second win this year, third lifetime. 157-4. Inquiry sign pertaining to racing action at the top of the stretch. Fans note the inquiry sum will go down. The judge's ruling that the inquiry will not affect the top four on the board. Tenth race payouts, number 2 Reggie's game, 660, 530, 290. 3 Brightside Melvin, 78.50 and 610, and 5 Delightful Magic, 260. $2 Exactor, $281.80. Dollars Rye, $264.60. Dollars Super, $840.25. The 10th race sort of finish will be up on the screen in just a moment. And after the placing from the top down, it'll be 512-834-769. That's 512-834-769. Field for the 11th on Parade 1. Dandy Idea, Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh. Number 2, Century of Vanna, brought out for Jim Ritchie and Paul Ritchie. And 3, Moonshiners Credit, Natasha Day for Sean Hyatt and Dave Simpson. 4 is Little Mary, Childamore for Mike Salas and Link Stable. 5, Stiletto Blue Chip, Scott Quiller for Mike Timpano and Wendy Warren Timpano and Frank Tucci and Seaspray Stables. Number 6, Keep Watching, Nick Boyd for Clifford McGuire. 7, Century Gala, Tyler for John Pentland and Patricia and Stuart Bolander. 8 is Larjan Lena, Brian DeRoche for Mark Winnicott, Jim Maximo Racing. And 9, Latte Seals to Jay Harris for Scott Friend and Rebecca Williamson. Note that Tyler Moore drives for Little Mary. Let's get a last-minute look at this field with Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, we both have the 5 and 1 as the top 2 in here. And I thought this was a 2-horse race, but right now 5, Stiletto Blue Chip is offering 6 to 1. I'm shocked.
Yeah, I am too, Gary. You look at that last effort. You can't hold it against this filly. Went to the half in 54 and 4. I mean, had every right to really get tired late to finish third. She was the heavy favorite on that occasion, but it was a nice victory to start before that. At Georgian Downs and 55 flat, and you can make the argument that that's in $15,000 claimer for non-winners of 2 or 15,000 life. This is still only non-winners of 20,000 life, so I think number 5, Stiletto Blue Chip, deserves a lot more respect in this and is the favorite in the double and the pick 4 pool. So this price should come down by post time.
And races for a very top barn. That of Mike Timpano has put some big win numbers up. There's one dandy idea. I certainly understand the idea of using this one in the top 2. And I toyed with putting him on top, but then I like Stiletto Blue Chip better. But dandy idea hasn't seen the inside in a long, long while. Dandy idea on the inside should be a big factor. Has been racing really well.
Now let's get on the track right now, ears up. And I think we might end up talking to ourselves if this one wins, because after every start, Gary, we say, well, when Dandy Idea draws inside, we'll definitely go back to this one. And when you look at the posts, 7, 6, 9, 8, 7, and now not just an inside post, but the pole position, even money in the board. I understand why she's taking this kind of support, and hopefully, we're not upset with ourselves afterwards, because we said we were going to take this one when she finally drew inside.
Number 2, Century Havana, Brad McDonald. Can he make it 5 in a row? As Century Havana gets a better post position, didn't do much up at Georgian Downs. But there are some flashes of wheels that you see there, and then Brett's just rolling right now. And I like the barn of Jim Ritchie's.
Oh, definitely. The connections are solid on this one. And, the post is much better than what she's seen in recent ones. And there's no one hotter right now. Brett McDonald, 4 in a row. And, wow, if he could close it out 5 in a row on a horse double digits, that would be uber impressive. I think Century Havana has a big chance to land on the ticket here. I did agree with you, though, Gary. I think it's a 2-horse race between Stiletto Blue Chip and Dandy Idea.
Number 7, Century Gala, does have 3 wins and 8 starts on the year. And Ashley raced pretty well from post 8 last race to get on to the top 4. Work cut out for him or her from post 7, Century Gala. But you get a nice little enticing 25 to 1 to throw that one onto your ticket.
Yeah, I like her in the super high five in the bottom end of it for sure at 25 to 1 right now. Gets away from straight now owners a 15,000 life company to claiming a condition company. And I love that move. And last time made up a lot of ground to finish fourth. 25 to 1's a nice price. And I don't think Century Gal is too far off these, if she had a better post.
Number 4, Little Mary, is one that was a winner here using gate speed 3 races ago. And then the next start out, post 8, actually closed well to finish fourth and then closed well last time also. You've seen some nice flashes with Little Mary. Little Mary warrants some regard. Tyler Moore's looking for a fourth win on the evening, and you got 8 to 1.
Yeah, picks up Tyler Moore, who was hot in the early part of the card, and I thought this one raced really well from the rail, 3 starts back, and has closed nicely to pick up smaller shares in her last couple. I think she needs to be forwardly placed if she wants to, land in the top 3. But Little Mary's one you certainly have to consider somewhere underneath.
And just a handicapping idea. If you like the 1, maybe you could look at the 9. Now, both of us are guilty of this. 9 Latte Sealster was a winner here 2 races ago. Last race didn't work well from post 9, so maybe that's a reason not to bother. But Latte Sealster 9 to 1 should probably get a trip.
Yeah, that was the exact reason why I actually left Latte Sealster off. I looked back, said post 9 last time, it didn't work out, and I know the effort 2 back was a good one. Last time, not so much. I was leaving this one off my super high five selections, but I certainly wouldn't fault anyone for throwing her on the ticket. Post 9's a spot that you typically have to use, especially in those bottom spots, the 4th and 5th.
Well, right now, Rob, the odds have come down to more where we would have expected, although I did anticipate maybe a 5 Stiletto Blue Chip being the favorite, but is at least now 2 to 1 with one dandy idea at 6 to 5. Any other dandy ideas on who to maybe use if you're going to try to split those 2 in here?
Well, I think that for me, as a big price, I'd stick with Century Gala just for a stab on one at a big number, 35 to 1. We did earlier with Côte d'Azur and the other super high five, and shorter price at around 11 to 1, but that one paid pretty well with the favorite winning the race. One that we didn't talk about, Moonshiner's Credit's one that usually races well, in these spots, and definitely has some early speed, might get away well, gets back in the Lasix program after not being able to use it at Dresden. 15 to 1 on the board. I mean, you always have to use the inside post position, the super high five, right, Gary?
Yeah, I think we only faulted Moonshiner's Credit because of that last race at Dresden. It looks bad on paper, but look, 11 out of 15 in the top 3 on the year. Moonshiner's Credit was able to win here just 2 races ago, and that was from the trailer post. And also, Moonshiner's Credit can get off the gate really well.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. We've seen her leave out well in the past, and I think right now a lot of people, like you said, are faltering her for her last effort, and maybe it's when you cross out the page. And I think 16 to 1 is probably a little too high on Moonshiner's Credit, one that usually gets respect in this class.
Well, Rob, you're looking for a 7th win on the evening with number 5 Stiletto Blue Chip. For me, it would be a 6th win, so I've lost the battle to you, but I'd like to see you stack up a 7th, and especially when I get the win with you doing the victory as well anyway.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be nice to finish on a high note.
Friday nights have been the death of us in the past, so tonight, actually, Friday nights have worked out okay. We're going to see how the Friday night finishes here. We have a field of 9. It is the Super High Five, the Pentafecta. I'm going to keep plugging that Pentafecta. I want that to be the name of the Super High Five, considering we also have a Pick 5. Field for the 11th race, Dandy Idea, Century Havana, Moonshiner's Credit on the inside of the center, Little Mary, Stiletto Blue Chip to the outside. Keep watching. Century Gala, L'Argent Lena, and the second tier, Latte Sealster. Field of 9, the 11th and final dash on a fabulous Friday at the river. Here they come. Field for the 11th race, gathering speed. Field for the 11th race is at the start of the rough. Stiletto Blue Chip is going to come out very strongly. Dandy Idea, Century Havana, and Moonshiner's Credit, but Stiletto Blue Chip is able to grab the lead. And then Dandy Idea, Century Havana, Moonshiner's Credit got running out a little bit on the turn, but now is straightened out and is racing fourth. And then Latte Sealster, keep watching. Back to L'Argent Lena. Little Mary and Century Gala is trailing the field. Stiletto Blue Chip has got the lead for Scotty Calder. Dandy Idea well, is right there in the pocket. And then it is Century Havana racing third. Moonshiner's Credit, Latte Sealster, and Keep Watching. And then it is back to Larjan Lena and Little Mary, and Century Gala's back trailing the field. Field is spread out. 26-4 the opening quarter. Stiletto Blue Chip as they race on towards the half. Stiletto Blue Chip, Dandy Idea, and Century Havana. Here comes Keep Watching now. That Moonshiner's Credit, Latte Sealster, Larjan Lena, Century Gala. 55-3 was the halftime, and Stiletto Blue Chip keeps pumping along on the lead and is in front by a length and a half. Dandy Idea is right there in the pocket. Keep Watching's getting a little closer now, and now is only a length off the lead. Keep Watching at 24-1 has moved up alongside Stiletto Blue Chip, and Latte Sealster now is moving. It is Keep Watching to take over. Stiletto Blue Chip couldn't fend off the challenge and is backing away on the inside. Latte Sealster, Larjan Lena now scooting through. There goes Dandy Idea. 3/4, 126-1, and it is Keep Watching, but wailed wide Little Mary. Little Mary, Dandy Idea is down on the inside and within striking distance. It is Keep Watching, Little Mary, Dandy Idea as they turn for home. On down the stretch and Larjan Lena. It is Keep Watching, Dandy Idea up the inside. Keep Watching, Dandy Idea on the outside. Little Mary. Little Mary appeared to get there with Keep Watching on the inside with Dandy Idea and Larjan Lena, but Keep Watching 157-4, rather Little Mary on the outside. 157-4, Little Mary, and Tyler Moore, his fourth win on the evening, Rob.
Yeah, I guess Tyler Moore said, hang on a second here, Brett. You don't get to have all the fun. I'm going to finish with 4 wins, too. He started off in the first 5 races, had 3 wins, and then he wins the nightcap. 2 drivers with 4 wins on the night, and Little Mary out in the center of the track. Nice win there for Little Mary. So Little Blue Chip, she tired and did let go midway through the mile there, and certainly that kind of changed things, the whole complexion of the race. And Nick Boyd almost got to go, get to the wire there at 24-1 on Keep Watching, but got picked up late.
I thought it was a good job for Austin Story with Dandy Idea not to get caught up in the traffic there. And there you do see number 4, Little Mary, just coming on by. And then it's close for second. And then we do see 9, Latte Sealster will be fifth after they settle out those 3 that are second. But Little Mary, we talked about this one, having the ability to race from on the pace or off. And that was a nice job for Tyler Moore.
Oh, definitely. And, this is certainly bombs away on the Super High Five anyways, Gary. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, we'll have a carryover for next week.
That would be interesting. But 5 Stiletto Blue Chip going off at low odds at 7-5, not being in the top 5 certainly will make it be a price. But back in front of us is number 4, Little Mary. Little Mary was at 8-1. The Little Mary victorious 4-year-old Better is Delight Bay Bear. Michael Salas owns for Link, along with Link Stable. Michael Salas is the trainer. Tyler Moore with his 4th win on the evening. It's the 3rd win this year, 5th lifetime. Little Mary, 157-4. Fans, the inquiry signed McGuffin, it pertains to number 4, Little Mary, your unofficial winner. Judges reviewing the break of number 4, Little Mary. Fans note the judge's ruling that there were no violations of the braking regulations by number 4, Little Mary. The inquiry sign is down and price is up. And we do have that high five carryover of more than 5,000 into Monday, 5,053.94. Number 4, Little Mary. Little Mary Tyler Moore. 1810, 790 and 636. Keep watching. 2430 and 1850 and 8. Larjan Lena, 1110. $2 exactor, 544.30. The 20-cent try, 1,008.13. That's a ka-ching. The double, $109.30. And a pick 4, 216.75. The 11th race. Order of finish from the top is a 4, 6, 7, 1, 9, 2, 8, 3, 5. That's 4, 6, 7, 1, 9, 2, 8, 3, 5. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Friday night. Note on Monday we'll have that carryover in the pick 5 of more than, or not the pick 5. The Super High Five. The Pentafecta. There is, by the way, your show photo for race number 11. So that carryover of more than 5,000 into the Super High Five, the Pentafecta, Monday evening. Note that our next live racing program is this Monday evening, and our first race will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary Guy.
Good night, Robert.